stream. And let me just check my my Twitch, okay?
Okay.
Hold on. One. Dude, we're live. Cool.
There's an echo.
Oh, because I'm like playing it through my phone. Just.
Oh, okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, a couple times.
Cool. Is there no echo on yours now?
Oh, why? Oh, I know why there was an echo. It's because I'm tuning in on the stream on my iPad so that I can that.
Nice. I'm about to make a post.
Yes, I'm post right now too. All right. This is kind of cool because we need to multitask just a little bit. But
this is pretty cool, man.
This is really cool. Okay, how? Oh, is that how much? I don't necessarily know how to keep track of chat, if it's going to be chat or not.
Well, we'll figure it out.
Let's see.
I don't necessarily know how to keep track of chat, if it's going to be chat or not. We'll figure it out. Let's see.
All the little technical difficulties of getting a stream started, but
I know.
you gotta start somewhere.
Nice. Did you have a link in your
Yeah, I had a link to the
Cool.
I just put it right in the story directly to your page. Are you able to see chat from your
Yes, actually, I can see it from my there's a chat board on the OBS.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Because I was like trying to use this to look at chat, and I'm using my iPad as a second monitor, and it's like not showing me where chat is or anything. But I guess it's fine. It's not really something I guess I need to really worry about. Maybe I could. Look at my phone.
I'm gonna post a news story because I was trying to do one, but I didn't have the correct link.
All right. Maybe you should ask chat or ask people if they can hear us clearly or not. Yeah, they can. Who am I kidding? We just heard an echo earlier. They can hear us clearly. I'm pretty sure of it. Regardless, we would like to welcome everybody to our live stream of JurassiCore and Chill.
It's gonna be so cool. You know, get to create some creatures and talk art, pretty much.
It's the first one, so expect it to be a little awkward, probably with a little bit of glitches every now and then. But I'm hoping to make this a regular thing, possibly. The purpose of these, obviously, is to create sort of a safe space and a creative environment so that I don't know if you read the post I put on Instagram earlier, but to wherever you are in the world, you can join in, and feel free to be your creative self. It's a place to practice, a place to try to
Draw and create. Be creative.
Yeah, be creative and make mistakes. Learn new techniques. We're here to support you. We recognize that over the past couple of years, some art communities, especially the paleo art community, has become sort of very divided in some areas and not really supportive of everyone. So we just kind of want to reestablish that we're all artists, we're all learning, and all of your art is valid. All of your skills are unique, and all of you are going places. You're all going far. It just takes time, and that's what we're here for. We're here to spend that time together.
Exactly. Learn from each other and create great paleo art and creature art. And of course, everything in between. If you want to make something crazy and accurate, if you want to create something accurate, that's completely fine, so long as it's all good fun and understanding.
Yeah. And so we strongly invite you to go ahead and get your supplies ready. Go get some water, a couple of snacks, and we're all gonna work together. It doesn't have to be anything Jurassic or dinosaur related. It could literally be whatever project or something, or even just practice. If you want to practice something, you just want to get those creative juices flowing. Get into that mindset of just being able to start a project and allowing yourself to just be more you.
Yes.
Be creative, be a creative individual, and enjoy it and embrace it.
Yes, but while you guys do that, Justin and I will, for anyone who is going to listen, whoever will join, we'll always repeat this. We're going to be working on creating our take, though, just for a little fun of the Ankyloranodon from Chaos Effect. I
was calling it Ankyloranodon. I guess it's to each their own, probably.
Tomato to tatua.
Yeah, it's not a real dinosaur, guys. So we're just gonna make our.
Is the OG Fakemon of dinosaurs and whatnot?
It really be that way, though.
It is.
Really be that way.
I don't even know what kind of creature. I think there's like some random mega raptor. I'm just like doodling.
It's too much fun. This is too much fun.
This is pretty cool.
So for those of you, we're gonna start at in 2 more minutes. You just want to make sure you have time to make sure you guys get water. When you water and snacks, because it's very, very easily to neglect yourself when you get into the zone. You don't drink water, you don't eat snacks, and when you're an artist and you're concentrating on something, you tend to sit there for quite some time, and you will ignore all of your bodily needs. So get water, be hydrated. You want that good oxygenated blood flowing to your brain so you can be creative.
Yes, stay hydrated, folks.
Self-care is basically the first step in being basically a good artist, because you got to take care of yourself, guys. You can't be starting something half out of your mind and on an empty stomach.
Nice. Oh, we got 7 viewers, bro.
Oh my god, it's so exciting! I'm so excited.
This is so cool. This is really awesome.
Before, guys, we were saying that guys, girls, theys, and thems, everyone. We were saying we would be excited if there was just like one person, just one person showing up. So this is cool. This is actually really cool. It was exciting.
Oh, cool! This is awesome. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Nice.
And we know there's no music or fancy anything. We're just not there yet. But feel free to play. But it gives you an opportunity to be able to play your own music in the background. So put on your own funky jams. Whatever you want to listen to, whatever gets you into the zone, whether that be like chill step, maybe like cinema soundtracks, punk music, or nightcore, whatever gets you in the zone.
Yeah, and feel free to chat with us and ask us questions about our process, the design process, and whatnot. And we'll be happy to share with what we know.
That's why we're here.
Yeah, nice. I'm just doing some little dinosaur warm-ups, just like fun little sketches where I pretty much just do this. I just do like a little mark like that, but then I try to draw from imagination like what this would actually be like.
That's the fun parts about watching Brian draw is is how he just starts. See, there's not really any right or wrong way to start a project. In fact, that's one of the topics. We're going to do a couple of topics pertaining to being an artist, a growing artist, or even starting out or wanting to progress in skill. We want to be able to touch base on some of those topics to be able to reflect on our own experiences of what we can share with you, and perhaps help you out, give you like a little bit of advice or inspiration on ways that you could figure out to help to help you grow as an artist, but to refine that as to what works best for you.
Yeah, finding your own kind of way, and making your own, exactly like what you said, Justin. What process works best for you? What, like, again, I remember a great quote. I forget exactly who said it, but like, what is style but the mistakes you choose to keep?
Yes, 100%. Everybody, all of you guys are individuals. So what necessarily works for someone else may not always work the best for you, and what may work best for you may not be what works best for everybody else. That's just the best part about being an individual artist and being your own person. These are just the quirks of being you, and we have to be able to learn to embrace that. And the more we embrace that, the more we're able to be mindful of those, the easier it will be to just start a project, let yourself be creative, and let yourself make amazing things.
Yeah.
All right, so it's 5:12. I guess Ryan and I will start to
do the designs.
We'll begin now. Yeah, we're gonna start our designs of the Ankylo, whatever you want to call it. Wait, because it's a hybrid abomination. Wait, because it's the Ankyloranodon. It's a hybrid abomination. Wait, because it's the Ankyloranodon. It's a hybrid abomination. Wait, because it's the Ankyloranodon.
Okay.
Actually, really excited about this.
Actually, really excited about this. Just giving you a little heads up, Justin. You hear a little bit of echo on your end. Just giving you a little heads up, Justin. You hear a little bit of echo on your end. Just giving you a little heads up, Justin. You hear a little bit of echo on your end. Just giving you a little heads up, Justin. You hear a little bit of echo on your end.
All right, maybe there's no echo now. All right, maybe.
No, there's still a little bit.
All right.
No, there's still a little bit.
Echo. All right.
No, there's still a little bit.
Echo. All right.
No, there's still a little bit. No, there's still a little bit.
I don't necessarily know what's making me echo. I don't have any other audio here. What's making me echo? I don't have any other audio here. What's making me echo?
Oh, I think I know what it is.
I don't have any other audio here.
Oh, I think I know what it is.
I just turned down like all my devices right now.
I got it.
Oh, okay.
It was my end, sorry. I guess for some reason, like, Twitch opened on my computer. That was bizarre.
We were throwing ourselves off.
I know, it was funny. But yeah, okay, I'm going to pull my things out. Cool. You think we should have, like, a quick flash of, like, what the thing even looked like so people can see?
Yeah, I mean, if you want to throw that up on there, I think I could.
I can do it on mine. I got it.
Just have a quick reference. I mean, later on when we figure out these Twitch streams, we'll be able to, like, put up different screens on the, be able to show the reference of what we're going to be working on.
Cool. Just for everyone can see, so everyone can see, actually, this is, what we're going to be drawing. The little Ankyloranodon from the Chaos Effect toy series from, like, the 90s. And we're going to do our little takes on it. It's going to be really fun.
I think it came out after The Lost World, so you're right. Probably
1998?
1998, probably?
My boy's already starting. Alright, let me see. I'm just trying to figure out this guy. I like to do silhouettes.
The silhouette. Oh yeah, of the
So part of my process is I like to kind of work out the basic shape language of like what this dude even looks like.
Yeah. It's like, it's not a lot to figure out, but my dog is like right underneath my legs. I'm trying to get comfortable. You gotta move. Thank you. I'll even allow you on the couch. Go ahead. All right.
But like a fun part of it is actually, you know, when I'm doing, it's kind of like I'm sculpting with clay in 2D.
Yeah.
Like I do like to do variants. So, like a genius, I put them on the same layer. It's okay. God, classic mistake. Rookie mistake. Okay, cool. Okay. Since we got all the space, I can make this.
It's funny is
What's up?
I am like trying to do this, right?
Yeah.
And for some reason my Wacom pen is now like so I have no idea what's happening because of the technical details. There's like my pen is like so detached right now. It's like not even showing. It's when I attach it to my Wacom tablet right now, it's not even where my pen is at.
The calibration's all off.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that, but maybe it's just oh, it's a simple fix. I'm gonna try a simple fix right now. It's amazing how all these things happen like during like the start. Why is it doing that?
Well, when Pirates of the Caribbean opened up the first day, the rights didn't work.
Oh god.
I know,
The
sorry.
Jurassic ones start
The Jurassic
now.
ones come early already.
You know what? Let me just.
But John,
I'm gonna go ahead
and
and.
the Caribbean ride, the park didn't eat the guests.
I'm gonna let me stop streaming my ZBrush real quick so
Okay,
I can
cool.
fix this because it's being fixed. Maybe it just needs to like a quick. Yeah.
Await your return.
Mhm.
And now I'm just sitting here talking to myself. I'm sorry.
That's chaos.
That's chaos. Jesus. So what I'm doing now is making variants because, variety. It's never, I know we talked about this before, but it's always good to let your designs, especially when you're doing creature creation, or even with, to be honest, with any good, art, that you're working on. It's always good to do variants and thumbnails of, what do you think this is going to be,
Right.
You might find something interesting there. Like I'm trying to keep this guy, relatively in sync for, what it is, but at the same time, if I can't help it if something cool happens, something new. I gotta go with it. Maybe a heavier beak on this. And the cool thing is when you finally get some that you have multiples that you like, you can just mix and match them.
I think that's where that definitely comes into the anxiety of starting a new project, which is one of the topics we want to talk about. I think a lot of times we tend to, especially when it comes to comparing yourselves with other artists and watching time lapses on YouTube or on Instagram of watching how people start, and we have this idea that how they start seems so perfectly, they just begin one design and it just flourishes into something. That doesn't necessarily have to work for everybody. That's not everybody's method. That just happens to be a method that works with that particular artist. Sometimes it's best to just do a lot of sketches, a lot of designs, and you can kind of just chop up what you like from each one and just put it together into something that you feel is going to fit or work best for your idea or your vision. To be able to get to that point, though, is quite to be able to feel comfortable, to be able to make sketches like that, sometimes is a little bit, I think it can be intimidating.
Of course,
because
yeah.
you begin to start judging yourself with even the little sketches, you begin to judge yourself with each little design. But the best part to be able to get past that is just ramble it. Just scribble. You make really, really horrible scribbles. Just scribble it out there and get all the ick out, get all the anxiety out.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
with the intention of the intention and the knowledge that it's going to be not what you want.
Exactly.
Because at some point, what you're doing is you're getting all of that negative perception of how your art's going to come out. You're just getting rid of it all in advance, so that you're left with nothing but like, okay, now we can sort of just start taking a couple of steps forward.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I would say, like, something important, though, is just, like, what you said there is, like, if you can just accept that it's not meant to be anything in the beginning. Like, when you're making art, you know, to kind of add on to what you're saying, or, like, what I noticed from my own journey when I was starting out, like, when I was younger, it was, what froze me was not even taking action, because I wanted everything to be perfect from the start, which is, you know, you want that final piece in your head, but you have to make peace with a lot of facts that, like, you're never going to get the thing in your imagination exact, and that's completely fine. What it is it's getting the general feeling and making compromises. But that comes later. The ultimate thing you should think about when you're beginning a piece is just beginning the piece, and like you said, just kind of doing, you know, trusting the process and getting the horrible sketches out, or just kind of like if you're rusty and you haven't drawn in a minute, let yourself be rusty. It's just, this is supposed to be an enjoyable process, so don't be too hard on yourself, you know. Like, for example, warming up is all about warming up. The warm-up sketches don't have to look amazing. They don't have to look like these super, like, god-tier, like, drawings that are perfect in every way. No, you're supposed to kind of be light with them. They're supposed to be enjoyable and just kind of getting things out. Like, I'm not even doing anything. At this point, I'm not really drawing. I'm just kind of sculpting shadow to make pleasing shapes.
Right. Yeah. I mean, that's you know, and if I may add on to that, the sometimes to be able to get to that just starting, the best way to practice that is not necessarily always through art. You can definitely practice that mentality of just starting by doing something that maybe you probably didn't want to do. Like, you can start by washing your dishes, or start by going downstairs and getting your mail, or wherever your mailbox may be, or even just like going and filling up a glass of water. It's just getting your brain into that mentality of just starting in action. That way you as a person will be able to recognize, like, I can just do this. Because the only thing that's really holding you back is you. It just comes down to letting yourself and being okay with just going for it.
Yeah. Exactly. Couldn't have said it better myself. Like, it's just about, you know, when you're doing art, it's all about kind of experimentation too, and learning from that. Mm-hmm. Take chances, you know, like, do different things, or getting to what you're saying is like getting yourself into a mindset of being productive. Sometimes you need to go on, like, a couple errands. It's like, all right, you know, got the blood flowing, I'm more active now let's draw.
Yes.
And that's also very valid. And take those days to relax. Sometimes you don't have it for the moment, and that's fine. Rest. Don't shame yourself. I remember I used to get so mad at myself, and I was like, dude, I need to be constantly practicing. Dude, I'm falling so far behind. Oh, how am I going to close the gap? And it's like, it doesn't matter. You know, what ultimately is your growth and making good pieces, and that takes, you know, being in a good mental state. You know, if you're not eating well, I say this from own experience, man, I need to eat way better than I eat now, or sleeping better, you know. But, you know, it's all these little things that affect your art. It's like the stereotype of the starving, depressed artist is very toxic, and let's please be past that. Let's focus on healthy artists, you know, on human time scales that, you know, have fun and enjoy what they're doing.
100%. Oh, Ryan, I started streaming again. My calibration is back up.
Okay, cool.
I don't know if you want to check the Twitch or the Discord to reshare.
Let me see the Discord.
I started sculpting a little bit again, and right now it just looks like a giant eggplant.
Could you screen share again?
Yeah. Let's see. I could do the let me do the stop streaming, and then I'll
Yeah.
It's gonna look hilarious though.
It's okay. There we go. And
it's just this horrible looking.
Hey, we got
this. Hilarious though. But that's literally how it starts off. It's your objects or whatever you're doing. It's just gonna look like sometimes it just looks like a mess, but you know, it's totally fine. I'm actually really excited.
It's your mess though. You own it.
Yes. This is also our first time everybody doing a live stream.
This is true. Be gentle.
So be gentle. So if we're awkward, well, that's just how we are in person.
This is true.
But so we're gonna that's gonna be amplified while we're on a live stream.
Oh, that's kind of cool. Sorry. Like, thinking of ideas. See, that's a cool thing, you know. Go with what you feel. Art is about fun, ultimately. skill comes with patience. Art, if I really had to just say it to you straight up what it is, it's just a million failures. Art is failure.
It really is. It's finding ways that work, but as well as finding ways that do not work.
Yes.
And finding ways that don't work are just as valuable as finding ways that do. Because failing when creating something, it allows you to have a better understanding of parameters within your design and project. Like, okay, hey, well, this didn't work out for this, so maybe I should not try things that are related to this, and then it just pushes you kind of in a better direction. For example, like, I guess a good idea would be like you're trying to get a color of paint. You're trying to get a hue, and so you're mixing different colors of paint. Well, if you get it right the first time, there's so many other combinations that are not going to work if you try to mix the paint again. But if you get it wrong the first time, well, then you know that, hey, maybe this entire area of hues that I'm trying to use to make this color is not going to work. So you end up refining, your you end up refining like your ideas, your parameters of your design, you end up having a better understanding of the project and the direction of where you want to go.
Yes. Couldn't agree more. You have a lot more sense of like what works for you and what doesn't, and also what like works for the project. Sometimes it's like I remember wasting so much time on a piece that like did not work from the start and being too like I wouldn't say pride, well maybe pride was whatever, but a little too like it's like no, I came this far, I can't let it go. It's like sometimes just let a piece go, It's okay. Yes. You can start a new one. It's like don't.
It is okay to start over.
Yes.
It is okay.
Don't be precious with it. That's what I'm saying. Don't be precious with it. Just, like I said, these little guys right here didn't take me much, and now I got a good selection to choose from. I have options, and I'm going to pick the ones I like. I usually like to do it like this. I like to filter out my top 3, for like what do I like about them, and then combine them into one, and there's the entity. So let's see. Go over with a checklist. Green check marks. That's looking good, man.
I didn't even see yours. I don't have mine. Yes, I love. Yours is giving me right now. It's reminding me of those of the Godzilla singular point. The
Rodan. Yeah, that's a vibe. I like this guy a lot.
Awesome.
I like that dude a lot. Let's see.
If we're also seeming very always listening up there, if we seem really reserved, it's because we're trying to also keep this PG, because as artists, our language may be as colorful as our art. So we are being a little bit
professional.
Yeah, I want to be professional. Also, an announcement too. We are working on a community Discord. It's not out yet. We're not publishing it just yet. What we want to be able to do is sort of create basically just create a safe space, a sort of creative space for different artists, and it doesn't have to be for paleo art or anything like that. Because obviously JurassiCore doesn't necessarily have to mean just Jurassic. Like there's the feeling of creature design and Jurassic in like the movie The Relic, and then and Godzilla. Those are all different JurassiCore. It just means basically it just gets you excited. Well, regardless, off topic, but we are working on a sort of community space that we can sort of just all come together and support each other, inspire each other, think of different designs, and help each other grow as artists. And because we want to be able to see you grow. We want to be able to see you be. We're our generation where Ryan and I come from. We're not okay. We're not that old. We're we're in our 20s, late 20s, very late 20s. Yeah, but early 2000s. Early 2000s, being an artist had to, like Ryan mentioned before, does carry that mentality of the starving artist, and so we're sort of used to. We have seen that whole it's you can't really make it as an artist.
Exactly.
We've been exposed to the negative, all the negative perception regarding what being an artist is, no matter the medium, and we want to let you know that is that is not real. That is definitely not. That is. I feel like it's basically something that was made for people who either they will probably worry too much about you, and they just feel like it could be hard. But mostly that comes from the fact that a lot of people don't understand the business of art, which it can be very, very, very successful. It really can be. But you just have to be able to put in the energy and put in the time, which you will do if you have a passion for it.
Yeah, not only that, just also, being educated on, like, things you need to do to protect yourself as an artist, understanding your contracts, understanding copyright, which we can get into later on. But also just, understanding that right now, with Patreon and, direct to the artist coffee, and all those things, you have, now more than ever, tools at your disposal to kind of become self-sufficient in that sense. And fund your art through the public directly to you, like even Twitch streams like what we're doing right now. You could, like, I have never done this before. This is my first time ever doing this, and it's cool. But at the same time, just, it's something to learn,
Definitely. We're really all here to learn. That's why this is probably going to seem a little bit chaotic at first, but it's going to be fun. It's super exciting, and we're just actually, like we said before, we're just glad to start, because you have to start somewhere.
Yes.
Right now I'm starting with this Rudolph-looking guy with his Rudolph-looking nose.
It's cool though.
There you go. I guess we could always start. I feel like maybe a lot of people are probably tuning into us about like who we are as artists for the first time.
True.
We can always talk about a little bit of our background. So, like, Ryan, what is your first early? What is the first early memories that you have that inspired you to become a creature designer and paleo artist?
Well, it was very similar to yours actually. It was Jurassic Park. Surprise, surprise. Pretty much what it was is like you said, there was like a special edition VHS that had like behind the scenes, and I used to have that too. But I remember more fondly the Lost World one and Jurassic Park 3. So because I was more conscious, I wasn't like a little super baby like in '97. But you talk about it, like I was more conscious. But pretty much what went down was more so like I watched that. Of course I was a child of like the effects of the dinosaur renaissance coming into the 90s. I grew up like walking with dinosaurs, and then going into the 2000s when dinosaurs roamed America. And I was exposed to a lot of like creature media. My grandfather, as someone that I credit as a big influence in my life, he was a very quiet, reserved man. He didn't really know how to kind of emote in, I guess you could say, in a way that would be I guess you could say general for like, what you would think. He was a very quiet guy, but he showed his affection through film. So he was a cinephile, like he was a huge lover of movie. So he would show me movies. I saw a lot of things I shouldn't have seen, like way too early, but hey, watching Aliens at age 7 kind of, it really affects you growing up. I found it fascinating because it created, the special effects I saw there made worlds that were so visceral and, so they just caught you. They were like, you wanted to live in those spaces. Like you could feel out, reach out, and touch it. Like it felt, the things had weight to them. The mech had weight to them. The raptors in Jurassic Park felt like you could touch the skin and it would react. It was tactile. So it was that feeling of like, I would constantly draw, and he would encourage me to draw. And as a paleo nerd myself, getting into paleontology and like the science behind it, and learning about natural history, it gave me an appreciation of animals that we have today. I've always been in the crossroads between like illustration and natural and nature, but it expanded to all my tastes. I'm a huge lover of sci-fi and fantasy, and I love a healthy dose of like Spec Evo and like attention to biology. And I found artists that really influenced me. And that's actually what I wanted to talk to next. Is that for anyone who's trying to get into this, it's also good to understand your tastes. Like understanding your artistic tastes and like why do you like something really helps you influence like what do you want to make. Like I talk a lot about like what I've enjoyed, but Justin, like who are some of your artistic tastes that kind of influenced you growing up, and like going forward, like what kind of things do you exemplify in your own work because of that?
It's interesting because the sources of inspiration are not always like I would say like the mass media sources. Like a lot of us will say like, you know, we're inspired by the you know, by the different artists over at then Stone Studios, now Legacy FX, artists who worked on like 90s monster movies, or like the Kyoto Brothers. You know, those used to be a lot of my early inspirations that really got me going. But a lot of the inspirations nowadays are artists that are artists that we've connected with on social media. You know, just, you know, like RJ Palmer or Marco Makes or the Jurassic Compound, you know, or Emily Step. There's so many artists now that are just so inspirational. There's no lack of inspiration, and there's always new inspiration because more artists are coming out and showing their art to the world, and it just gives you that drive.
Yeah.
That everybody's just awesome in their own way, and you're just getting. There's just so much to do. There's so much to take in that you can be inspired off of.
Yes. No, I definitely agree. Emily Stepp is so cool. She did a commission for me for my Jurassic Park T-Rex.
Wait, did you show me this at all?
I think I did. You know, I think it's on her Instagram. Yeah, Emily Stepp.
I want to see. Well, I want to see. Show me later.
I'll show you later. Let me just get to this. But yeah, no, like, so growing up, I would emulate, you know, and I would seek to understand, like, my tastes. Like, why do I like this so much? You know, what about this? And I would make little worlds, and I'd kind of do my own takes on things. And that's the thing, like, it's fan art. But that's so important in, you know, an artist's journey. Like, it's, you know, you're trying to understand and you're growing a sense of taste, because art, you know, when you start getting to the upper levels of what it really is like you're refining your tastes, and, you know, and to have taste is to understand, like, you know, what does this piece do to me emotionally, but also logically. Like, I guess you could say from a point of view of, like, what is the logic behind it as well, you know?
Yeah.
Because, like,
yes,
you know, for example, when I grew up with a book called The Alphabet of Dinosaurs by Wayne Barlow, and he ended up becoming... I didn't remember his name, you know, as a kid. You know, I just only knew him as someone who made dinosaurs that I really enjoyed. I would discover him much later in life again, or I should say rediscover him. And it's like, oh my, I remember him, you know? It's like I had lost his name, but I remembered his art. It was so powerful and in my memory that when I saw one of his pieces, like in like late high school going to college, I was like, dude, it was so sick to rediscover him, because, you know, flooding memories of, like, staring endlessly at this tattered Alphabet of Dinosaurs book that I, you know, played with, that I literally took everywhere with me, like, because it was so rad. I loved what it was. I loved exactly, you know, how he painted them. I loved the shadowing and colors he used, the compositions he made. And you don't think about these things, but they affect you, you know, like, as you keep drawing and keep learning, like, those compositions have a way of subconsciously seeping in and affecting your design choices. Like, for me now, like, when in my pieces, I like to do, you know, big dynamics of light and shadow, with warm to cool. I love kind of I love a rich purple contrasting against, like, an orange sky, and I like putting my characters in very dynamic poses, even if they're not being in motion. I want to have the illusion like they're about to do some motion, or maybe like they're just getting ready. Even between that, there's like subtle things I want to put there too. Like if they're laying around, like the eye is maybe in an interesting way where it's like looking, you know, still observing its environment, where it's still interacting with the environment around it. But yeah. What about you, Justin?
See, that just goes to show that do not restrict yourself.
Yes.
Everybody out there, do not restrict yourself. Really take chances on what you can do. Because you're basically, what happens is the way you end up surprising yourself, and you have to say you've surprised yourself quite a couple times, right, on our streams. Like moments where like, hey, this looks pretty gosh darn good.
Yeah, it's exactly. And it's okay to feel that, you know, feel good about your art. It's fun.
Definitely.
Okay, so
never ever feel that you have to be you have to be like, oh, my art's you know, it's like it's okay. Like if you feel to be like, hey, I'm doing really good, because sometimes nobody's around is good to be able to give you positive reinforcement, and we can't always rely on everybody else for positive reinforcement, because sometimes, let's say like 3 a.m. when you're working, you know, it's like, because some people, that's the artist hour. Nobody's going to be there to be able to say, hey, that looks really good. You got to be able to look at your work and self-validate, saying, "Hey, this looks pretty good.
It was
I
pretty
think I'm
rad,
doing a good job
exactly.
here."
Exactly, you know? And it's nothing about that at all. It's literally just, you know, feeling empowered against your own artwork is always an amazing feeling.
Definitely.
And I don't know why my brush is being so weird. Like, it's not allowing me to rapidly change my colors. That's another thing, you know, technical difficulties aside.
Yeah, just like the randomly my thing just didn't calibrate afterwards, and my pen, guys. If you guys didn't know this, but my pen was like several inches off of where it was supposed to be on the my Wacom tablet, and it didn't do that until like the stream began. So it's a lot of things that are just we're figuring out.
Yep. But yeah, it's exactly that. But I'd also say this, like, I got my little guy kind of generally lined up. I'm just kind of now refining the sketch and making something cool. I got the silhouette kind of to where I like it. Now I'm just going to play with it and really start experimenting.
Let me see yours right now. There you go. Yes, I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, you gave yours 2 horns?
Yeah, I felt like I like the single horn. It was really cool, but you know, I was thinking about Ankylosaurus itself, and I have some more reference of like this skull shape. And they got
yeah, you're right. It does, doesn't it?
Is this 2 hornlets coming off the back of the head, and I kind of wanted to exemplify that like with a pteranodon crest and kind of make it like it already looks like a dragon at this point. You know, it looks so dragony. But I kind of
really does.
I kind of wanted to kind
of
pay a little more of that respect right there to like the hornlets, so coming into like, you know, I guess it'd be the jugal bone, which is like the corner of the mouth, right? Trying to be all correct. I'm trying this. The nostril right here.
I'm also trying not to let like the stress of us like doing this live like get to me, because I'm just like, because you know it's one thing when you're like, oh, like now a couple people are watching. It's fine though, I guess.
I think it's fine. It's fine though. Like, we're all chill here. Like you said, it's about, again, new experiences. It's all about kind of.
We're not experiencing this at all, but yes, we are also super excited.
I know,
so excited.
We're really cool. This is so fun. Like, I'm having a good time. Besides, I needed to practice anyway. This is like, you know, some top level practice.
Yeah, that's a part of a huge part of what we're doing. Everybody is we're also practicing. This is us trying to get to start, basically, you know, being able to get used to starting a project. Because sometimes you can work on a project and you'll be working on it so long that if you don't start on anything else, you're just kind of running around in circles. Sometimes it's really good to be able to start on something different, even if it's just to give your brain a moment to relax.
Exactly, and it'll help your other project. When you come back to it, you have fresh eyes.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, got that. You just kind of go in and just start blocking out major shapes. God, pterosaurs, I love them, but my God, they have such crazy anatomy.
Those are definitely something else, especially when it's not real, like this one.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, ugh, what do I do? But like, it's fun though. Like, I remember my pterosaur piece. Like, took so long because I was like having to encounter like their anatomy for the first time, like, and actually trying to do it, you know?
Yeah. It's one thing when you really actually try to get into the details, the nitty-gritty stuff of making like a render or something. Then you realize like, oh, this is a lot more complicated than I thought it was going to be.
Exactly. Just do that. Make some of these crest ridges like bone plates, like the actual ankylosaurs have.
Also, everybody, if you're working on something as well, definitely post it later on Instagram and tag us so that we share so we can see what you guys are working on too.
Exactly. Oh yeah, I'd love to see what people do. I love seeing people's art. Let me just get this more correct, actually. Feels like his head would be coming down this way. His chest. This is just like a rough kind of sketch pass over it. Like I'm just kind of getting shapes down and getting not really married to anything just yet.
Do we have any in the comments so far? Just realized that. We haven't checked that, have we?
No, I haven't seen anything just yet. We've got 5 viewers. It kind of fluctuates, and that's cool. Hey, you know?
Hey, nice. That's so cool.
At least from what I can see right here on the, stream setup over on OBS. Okay, just trying to get this guy down. What is what is something in the spirit of talking about our journeys and what we are always trying to grow towards? What is something that you know as an artist that you still need to work on?
Personally, being comfortable with just being comfortable with just going for it, especially when it comes to I guess going for it, as in I would say trusting the process.
Yes.
Because very early on, even I feel like if we're somewhat experienced, we're still like, oh, this is not going where it wants to go. This kind of But then I began to realize a little bit later on that, hey, my stuff it's not looking that bad now. It'll start to come together. But it's that getting past that sort of that mental boundary where it's like you're judging yourself a little bit too much.
Yeah.
And not trusting the process that your art's gonna look good at some point. Like it's gonna look good. It's gonna start matching up to where you expect it to be or where you want it to be.
Yes. It's gonna click.
Way too early on.
It's gonna click pretty much.
Yes. And you'll be like, okay, now I have an idea. Like right now, this is looking like a mess. But it'll be fine at some point. I just gotta keep going.
Yeah, I'm still working this guy out. There are things I do like about this, even though I got the shape kind of language right. There are a lot of details interior that I kind of want to fix up,
Yes, definitely. 100%.
For example, the eye shape. I like this, eye, but if I really want to make it more interesting, I like giving him a little beady eye.
Oh, for those of you guys who don't know, Ryan actually has a podcast starting soon.
Oh, I do! Thank you, sir. Yeah, that's going to be called...
Let's talk about that.
Sure. Yeah, it's currently in development right now. It's called the Mindscape Museum. I did interview Justin as one of my early guests, and it's going to be really cool. It's about the intersection of pretty much what we're doing right now. We're talking about art and science, and, I like to interview... I've interviewed some cool paleontologists, some world builders, some artists about their process, the journey, and the intersection between these worlds and these realms of creativity and storytelling. And I really enjoy that kind of stuff. And I do it in the format of you're entering a museum, a really cool museum.
Super exciting, guys. We just want to be able to let you know so that when that actually starts off, you have to go visit Ryan at his pages and everything.
Yeah, it'll be.
Go listen to it.
Exactly. I'll be linking that through my Instagram, and you can find. I already have the pages for that and everything, and everyone can find it when it goes live, and it should be going live soon. Tentatively, it's not an exact date, but it's going for fall. We're gearing up for fall.
So excited. Beyond excited.
I'm really excited.
And it's such an honor to be a part of it too.
It was an honor to have you on. That was awesome, man. Thank you.
I actually forgot what we talked about.
Oh, we talked about we mostly talked about retro revival, but we'll talk about that more.
Oh, yes,
We'll leave that for the guests to enjoy.
We also mentioned for future topics. I thought what were we going to talk? It was the future topic that we were going to.
Oh, you wanted to talk about like '90s creatures, which I wanted to re-interview you for a second one when the time comes to talk about that, because you wanted to go more in depth on, you talking about '90s creature art.
90s monster movies and creature art were a whole different level. They weren't primarily CGI.
Like the Relic. You wanted to geek out about the Relic.
The Cthulhu monster. That's what I mean by JurassiCore. Like, it's not Jurassic, but it is JurassiCore. You know what I mean?
I do. Like,
it's
just like it has that Stan Winston kind of feel to it.
Yes, it does. Something that you can't. It's hard to replicate because it's very. It's like it belongs to a specific time period of film.
Yeah.
And a lot of movies I feel like have been able to completely recapture that. It's really, really difficult, like especially like when it comes to the Jurassic movies, which have great creature design in general, but the creature designs are very 2010s.
Yes.
Which is like during the time when I feel like there was that more rough texture, dragon-esque type look to animal design.
It was very dragon-y.
I wonder how that came around. I wonder how that kind of became more.
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
Do you think it had to do with Game of Thrones? Do you think Game of Thrones is probably like a big info?
It's funny though. Like, there's a skull of Game of Thrones where I work. Like, I work on the Warner's as a tour associate at Warner's, and it's crazy to kind of see it though, because like they had a skull like in one of the galleries, and it's like, okay, me personally, don't get me wrong, like nothing against Game of Thrones, but my god, like, okay, as creature designers, do you have that sense when you see like creature designs that just kind of like as just be honest about it, just like, nah, like this is like, no, this is not cool. Like, there could be such a better design, because like it was just like the best way I could describe it is like something just lizard-y, but there's no kind of like actual sense of what that it means, right?
I have that exact opinion on a particular Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom Spinosaurid.
Yeah. Oh, I know exactly. Hold on, let me show you what the creature's design for that thing real quick. So I'm just gonna rough sketch it. It's just like, what is this, bro? Like, what even is this? It's like those Halloween decorations where they put bones on ears,
Also, we're not throwing shade at artists. We're not trying to throw shade. I know it seems like it, but what we are acknowledging is that I think that as you've seen differently with different events with SAG-AFTRA and everything, and different VFX artists and different companies that a lot of people work to, there's sort of a sense of rush, and that doesn't give artists sort of not necessarily the freedom, but the time to really sometimes flesh.
No, exactly. I agree. I'm not
design of sort of significance. Like, some things will come a little bit more generic.
Yeah, and that's all I'm saying. It's just like, I in no shade to any artist at all. Like, that's completely fine. I'm just saying, is like, for me, my personal taste in when it comes to creature design,
Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, it looks kind of like that. I'm like, what is this little socket right here? What is this?
Yeah.
But
some things you're just like, they didn't. It's not. There wasn't a lot of research or anything like that.
They could have hired us. Did you see? That's the But also, but getting back to serious, in all seriousness though, like I said, working with these kinds of creature designs, it's all, again, it comes down to like, when you can understand that though, so you have a better sense of your own identity as a creature or character artist. It's like, again, it comes back to understanding taste. It's just something I think is so important for someone to do, because like when you're designing, you're making your own voice, and style is a substance of process.
Yes.
Like, if you don't get, I remember. Do you remember this time when you were like just starting out, you kind of got hung up on? If you were like me, like if not, that's completely rad, and everyone has their own journey. And I'm just saying for myself, I was like, God, I was so hung up on the idea of like style. I gotta have my style,
Yes, there's something that was you.
Yeah, and but like I was like, but you know what I mean though, where like you're hung up on it instead of letting it happen, you're trying to force it to happen,
Yeah. I think that's a huge going point. That's a huge period that all artists tend to go through when they're when they're a little bit more hard on themselves, especially when they're when you're growing and you're first starting out.
Yeah. Okay. I got a nice rough sketch of him down. Do you want to see?
Yes, I'm gonna go to Discord and check. Look, I like it. It looks violent.
It looks so scary. He's an angry boy.
What I like though, my favorite part though, is in the wings is the like contraction of the membrane where it's coming through. It's not fully. It's not like a. Wings do that, guys. They pull themselves back in. They're not just the material. They're not like.
They're not
like sheets.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, there's an elasticity to them.
Yeah, and they got these actinofibrils. I don't remember the correct term. Actinofibrils. God. Do always find an actual paleontologist or good sources, because I will try my best. But it's a lot of technical terms. But they pretty much is like these cool fibers that go lace throughout the wings, and they're thought to like pull them back into shape. And shout out to Prehistoric Planet. If you have not seen that, folks, please see that. It is very good dino media. It's like a warm hug.
Believe it or not, everybody, I have not seen it.
I know, and
I'll probably get a lot of hate for that, but like.
No, it's okay.
Streaming services are expensive.
They are.
Guys.
That's valid. But I will say this though, we will get Justin to see this.
Definitely.
Real quick though, this is cool, but there are things I still kind of want to play around with, and this is where I get to do some fun stuff. Where, oh look, we got our first chat. Yo.
Whoa, what was it say?
It says greetings, RJ / Jurassic Justin. Well, greetings to you. Is it
greetings,
Solar Reaver?
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you for joining us. This is so rad.
This is so kind of you. It's so exciting.
God, I cannot spell. My spelling is trash. Nice.
Spelling.
That's why I chose to be an artist. See, that's the thing. I joke around. My handwriting is terrible, but I always joke to people I sacrificed it for art skill. Like, I can't write anything to save my life, but dear God, can I draw? So, like,
vocabulary is definitely something.
Okay, so one thing I like to do, just kind of make my life easier, is like once I get like something nice, but I feel like it could be better. It's warp. Warp is your friend. Warp is such a friend.
It really is. Warp in Photoshop. Oh my gosh, the things you can do.
Yes. Oh my God. See, like the head looked cool, but I needed to be more speedy, so I just kind of elongated and. It's like, there, now my boy looks fast and ferocious,
Fast and ferocious versus fast and furious, or fast and ferocious.
Exactly, or fast and ferocious. And see, look, there we go. Are you drawing along with us, Solar Reaver? So, and let me, again, I apologize if I'm mispronouncing it. Solar Reaver. They're fans of you. They're one of your fans. They like your Scorpius Rex.
Oh, thank you. That's so kind of you. I'm glad.
Justin is a legend.
Make sure to follow RJ when you get the chance too, because he's as big as nerd as I am. We never told everybody where we actually met before.
Oh yeah. Okay. Sure. You want to tell the story, Capitan?
I mean, I have my version of the story.
We'll do a cross reference. You tell yours first, and I'll tell mine.
Okay, because my memory. If you guys don't know this, my memory is absolutely horrible. Even birthdays, I have to put them down on my phone. My memory is just that bad. But I met Ryan over at the La Brea Tar Pits when we both worked there. He worked there before me, and then I had gotten a job there, and we met at the front desk.
Yes.
And Ryan drew me a picture of a Carnotaurus that I had put on my water bottle before I lost it.
You lost it? Oh, I'm kidding.
I lost the water. Everybody loses their water bottle.
This is true. This is true. But no, I saw Justin drawing on his iPad, like in the break room. I was like, oh God, this guy's next level. It was like this.
And you were working on your T-Rex.
We were working both on the Jurassic Park T-Rexes, which is kind of funny. And like we were throwing like specific like creature design like memes at each other, and like he was the only person that really caught them all. I'm like, yo, this dude's cool.
It was really a great moment, especially in a museum environment, because I think a lot of people when you think of museum, so at the Natural History Museum in La Brea Tar Pits, a majority of people who do work there don't necessarily they're not necessarily there for paleontology. A lot of them were there for like like anthropology, biology. I think some of them were there for even museum studies, like just like museum curation,
gallery curatorial, which is all rad. These are all rad fields. Yeah,
they're amazing fields. It's that it does make it hard to find, like, because in an environment like that, you do tend to want to find like people who you could really have like a conversation with about something you know.
Yes.
And that was kind of a mind-blowing moment when we're like, wait, we're both interested in the same thing.
It's like
we both had all these crazy ideas. And...
Yeah, but also like the specific thing is like, oh my god, you remember it's like, oh, remember Crash McCreary? And for those of you who don't know, that's like a legendary concept artist that like did a lot of the cool things for like Sam Winston Studios. And he's like, hell yeah! Sorry. But yeah.
But it was it's definitely a moment when, because I mean, maybe I guess that goes back to our generation when we were being younger. The Jurassic community was not as close together. Jurassic Paleo community was not as close together as it is now. Back then, you didn't really meet a whole lot of people with the same interests because it wasn't, there wasn't that the social media just wasn't at that point yet.
It was not. It was not as prolific.
If it was on forums and things like that, and those were always kind of scary or risky to be at. But then recently, especially with the Jurassic World movies coming out, the fandom has just been absolutely growing, and becoming more connected with each other. And so it's kind of an interesting moment to be able to meet somebody in person who was just as passionate basically about everything, about Jurassic as you were. So it was a mind-blowing thing. It was absolutely mind-blowing.
No, it's completely cool, and it was crazy that we met each other by chance there. Oh, we got a thing. Solary was saying they were like, they used to live in LA, and they loved the tar pits, and they loved the mastodons and whatnot. They used to, visit their. There are also miniatures near the museum, near it. And the miniatures, I think, were still there. They moved them inside, but yeah, they have a lot of cool stuff there. And I even volunteered in the fossil lab there.
You did. That's right. You definitely did.
I got to clean some Pleistocene megafauna.
What's really funny is we do recommend people, if you guys want to go visit now, because they're changing everything. And for the better. It's because they have a huge fossil collection that really needs to be shown. But what you've seen like in the movies, like Volcano, or that show, the Tar Pits, like all those, or La Brea, whatever it was called. I didn't watch it, but what you've seen is going to be changing.
Yeah.
And it's definitely for the better. But if you really want that old school nostalgia feel that a lot of us had, that a lot of people have experienced with when it comes to the La Brea Tar Pits, definitely go now. Before they do start to make changes to the park, because they're going to be big changes.
These are going to be, it's a whole remodel they're working on, which is again much needed. They needed to do work there, but
yes,
cool. But then getting back to the story, that's when I met you, good sir, and that's we became friends. We talked about dinosaurs pretty much in our projects and our creature design stuff, and then Justin has gone on to do such cool things. He has his action figures, and he can talk. I would love to hear more about that. And I'm still grinding it out, working on my graphic novel pitch and creature designs. Just open to freelancing work and just creating cool. Like I said from the beginning, creating worlds that you feel like you can walk into. That's ultimately what makes me feel happy. Is like when I can make a living universe kind of come to life to someone. Like when you feel like you miss it.
Yes. Kind of, yeah, there's when it was there, and now it's like, you want to go back.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, okay, I think the sketch is looking pretty good. I can do a refined sketch now, and then get this guy ready for color.
I love that, because I'm still here, like, sculpting this thing. I'm just trying to... it's the fun part, everybody. It's a bunch of, that's why it's Jurassic Chaos. That's really the point. That's really the title of this episode. It's Jurassic Chaos, because that's really what it is.
Yeah, exactly. This is cool. So, Solar Reaver, if you're still there, do you draw as well? Oh, cool. Yeah, the smell. They're talking about the vivid smell of the tar. Bro, that tar. Yeah, I remember that tar, that smell.
That, it never got old.
They never did, and people always would touch it. Please, folks, if you visit the museum, do us a favor from both of us. Don't touch the tar. It's very hard. It's very hard to get off your hands. It's very painful, and you got to put weird goo on your hands to get it off. And when it dries,
That's actually the only reason. Yeah.
But also, it's painful to remove. It's like literally asphalt.
Really, it's painful to remove. I didn't think it was painful to remove.
No, because if you let it just dry on you.
Oh, I guess. Oh, yeah, I guess so. That's true. Yeah, that's what it is. It is, like Brian said, it is asphalt.
Yeah.
It's liquid asphalt. And it's also not. It's not liquid dinosaurs.
No, it's not.
We just want to be able to establish that now that the tar pits are not, and fossil fuels are not liquid dinosaurs.
Nope. If anything, they're liquid plankton. Or prehistoric.
Yeah. Yes. Crabs.
Crabs.
Eugene crabs.
Crabs. See, that's the next Jurassic stream. We're gonna draw like Mr. Krabs, but like as a paleo accurate species. I'm gonna make them in all little cars.
Oh my gosh.
Iron plankton. That's very terrible.
That was fantastic.
My impressions are awful. No, thank you for being very nice, but you don't have to lie to me.
I actually do not like this horn in the back of the head. I'm going to delete it.
It'd be like that though. I mean,
It's okay to start over, everybody. Just letting you know. I have a better idea that I should have gone with.
Ooh, you know, I'm gonna put the teeth in the back of the jaw like a Sungaripterid pterosaur.
Ooh.
Show love to like obscure creatures too. I will always say that to people. It's like, don't get me wrong, there are greats. I love myself a good T-Rex. It is my favorite dinosaur, as you know, amazing and awesome as it is. But you know, I like to try to challenge myself to draw some of the more low-key species or the underappreciated ones. Like, you know, maybe for every now and then I want to draw like a Sungaripterus or like, you know, a oh my god, Pelicanomimus, or like, you know, would be like a cool kind of, you know what, if I finish this one, I'll just do like a quick doodle, you know, I'll take like someone's request and do whatever.
There you go.
And what are you doing, good sir? Are you drawing and then it will sculpt that piece?
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and just do it like this.
It's looking good though, you got that good head shape and everything.
Thank you. It's not. I don't think it's still a work in progress, everybody. It's still you know, it's so funny is like, you know, when you watch like the different people from ZBrush doing their live streams and everything like that, and they just like whip these things out in like 2 hours, and like it takes me like sometimes I feel like it takes me like forever.
Like,
and for me it's actually totally fine because I'm just like I can be somewhat picky.
No, that's fine.
Design.
But your designs come out so good, though. Like, I really like the textures you use, and they come out really high quality.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Trying.
So I'm gonna go start, like, you know, putting some details on this guy. I'm gonna keep it just to a pencil sketch. I'm not gonna really do something crazy and like ink him like crazy, because I wanted this to be more kind of painterly and fun, or sketchbooky. You know?
Yes.
Another cool thing is, like, be a student of nature for creature designs. For nature is the greatest storyteller.
Yeah, don't limit yourself to, you know, to just what you know. You know, like, look around. There's a lot of great stuff out there.
Appreciate a lot of creatures. I like a good Sloloris, and I like a good Tarsier. I'm not even joking. I really like them. They're really cute. I love them. Okay, so we got a question. I love the Chaos Effect line, by the way. I was wondering if Justin is ever going to do his own rendition of the Ultimasaur. Also for me, I'm good with making dinosaurs out of clay, but my dream is to sculpt with ZBrush. Any tips for starters, into digital sculpting? This is a very much you question, good sir, so take it away.
You know, so answer your Ultimasaurus question first. Yes, I do plan on doing an Ultimasaurus. Because I definitely want to do retro revivals, and that will extend all the way to the Chaos Effect. I need to do all of those. It's just too much fun. But I started out with clay sculpting as well. I think that's where a lot of us began. I used to start out with polymer clay, and by the way, I don't mean like when I was a kid. I mean like polymer clay. Like in my first year of like community college, I was doing stuff with polymer clay, and then I started slowly going into like wet clay or monster clay, and what that really helped me understand was the understanding shapes and geometry in the physical sense in front of you, so that when I did sort of translate everything over into ZBrush, I already sort of had experience or an idea of like physically altering a shape. But now it was just going to be sort of in a digital environment. So starting with clay is the best thing, because you're physically altering something in front of you, and that's only going to be able to help you later on in the future with 3D modeling. It's the best thing. It's honestly the best thing. So keep sculpting with clay. Definitely practice, but 100% practice your primitives. You want to do the basic shape first. I know a lot of people like to go in with probably like just going into wrinkles and all these different details and stuff like that. You really do want to start out with like all of your cylinders and spheres and adding those all together, and then slowly blending them together, and then adding a little bit more detail to them and everything. It really depends on the project, but starting off really basic at first is the best way to start. So start with clay. Start with shapes, basic shapes, and then when you do start to be able to go into like ZBrush or Blender, because Blender is free, it's going to help you a whole lot more. You're going to have a better understanding of merging all of those shapes together into creating something that meets your vision. So just literally keep doing what you're doing, but keep doing it. Just keep going, and keep pushing yourself. Don't be afraid to also make mistakes and try new things, because that's the only way you're going to learn.
Exactly.
So just keep going for it.
And I can attest to that right now. Like right now in university, I'm learning 3D modeling for the first time too. And I used to do model making when I was a kid, but I didn't keep up with it as much. And I'm coming back into that space now. And yeah, I can really say like learning it's the thing I'm learning right now and trying to drill in my head is the basic primitives, getting a good sense of like the basic building blocks. But it's ultimately no different than when creating this kind of art piece. We started with just the basic silhouettes and the basic shape language of things, That was going to stylize this even more. This is a good sketch, a good ideation sketch. But if I was going to push this design further, then I would start really thinking about not only that, but the shape language. I also was thinking about the shape language with the two. Like the head is like a long triangle and the body is like a small D shape, And I can go more into that later, but yeah, no, I can definitely say it's about the fundamentals. If you get a good sense of like those skills, it really helps you translate. And I'd also add, like you were talking about, if you want to get into 3D modeling, have a good sense of drawing too. Like they work so well with each other. When you're drawing in 2D and modeling in 3D, the interplay between them really helps both.
Because they really are, they do go 100% hand in hand. 100%.
Exactly.
But also, don't be afraid to find things that work best for you. However Ryan and I do things, it's taken us a few years, but we had to learn. A lot of us, keep in mind, are self-taught. I didn't take ZBrush classes. I learned everything through YouTube. So definitely YouTube a lot of stuff, because there are people out there who are willing to show you how to do things.
Exactly.
And some things also, this is a good thing to keep in mind that nobody told me. There's a lot of things that a lot of things that people are not willing to teach you unless like you pay, or they're just not going to, because it's probably a method that makes like a company money. So don't be afraid to be able to push your boundaries and figure things out. Like when I started doing the action figures and everything, there wasn't really sources on how to do like super articulated stuff, because it's kind of like that stuff that's kept within like Hasbro, Mattel, and Tamashii Nation, stuff like that. So sometimes you really have to just go in there and like do the math, figure out geometries and stuff like that. And don't be afraid of pushing yourself and doing that, because you may just surprise yourself in what you're capable of doing.
Exactly. And you might find something new and unique to yourself.
You may unlock a whole new passion.
Exactly.
You never know.
Exactly.
Just go for it.
That's where I am right now with 3D modeling. It's pretty rad.
I'm like screaming into this microphone. Before I got on this, I was like, I'm gonna sound calm, cool, and collected. I'm gonna practice a podcast voice. And now I'm just like screaming into this thing.
Nice. Oh, I got another question. I see interesting stuff. Is there a way to mimic a grabbing of a physical piece of clay by manipulating it with your thumbs on the mouse? Oh, like, is there a way to, like, simulate, like, actually sculpting clay in ZBrush, like, with your hands? Has there been something to allow to do it hands-free, like touching the screen?
Hands-free, like touching the screen. I do know that Oculus does hand sculpting. You can sculpt using the Oculus. But I do not know a lot of people who actually do that, because I think it's still very new concept, and so the technology is not completely
there yet.
I won't necessarily say reliable, but it's still in the beginning, still like in beta. So when you do start translating things over to 3D modeling, Ryan was actually saying this yesterday because he started ZBrush as well. There is a sort of sense of deja vu. There's a sense of familiarity. There's a sense of it being familiar.
Yeah. No. Yeah.
And you're going to be able to translate that sense of physically sculpting things with your fingers using like a Wacom tablet or even like your mouse if you're starting things. So I wouldn't get necessarily too scared about or worried about, if it feels exactly like your hands on clay. It's like when you're driving a car and then you need to drive somebody else's car. Well, it's not your car and it's not what you're used to, but it is driving a car, and at some point you will get used to it. You will adapt to it. It's basically what you're doing is you're training your mind to be able to apply what you've learned in clay sculpting, but in a digital format. And your brain will do that because that's what you are designed to do as a human being. You are designed to adapt. It will take time, but at some point you're going to find it there's going to be a workflow that you're going to didn't realize that you were destined for. And you will get there. You will get there. It's going to take some time. It's going to be difficult. And you may be like me, where you opened up ZBrush, you played with it for 5 minutes, you got so frustrated that you closed it and didn't open it for a week. But then you're gonna open it back up because you definitely have a passion for it. If you're willing to get your hands dirty with the clay, if you're willing to put in the physical work, you're going to be willing to be able to put in the work to doing it digitally. It's going to come to you. But practice, and do not be afraid to make mistakes. You 100% got this, and it will feel like your brain will see it as like a physical object. It'll just take time.
Yeah. Also, to add on to that question, I had one more question for you, Justin. Would you ever consider making future dinosaurs out of a rubbery kind of substance?
I actually already do. The rubbery, as in like Marco makes rubber stars rubbery? Because that's kind of Marco's thing. I wouldn't touch that.
It's kind of like that. I'm waiting to see if they said something else, but... that's my dream, and yes, I opened up ZBrush, and I said, back again. Oh, a little flexible, like a more flexible kind of toy. I guess maybe not super rubbery, kind of like, I guess you would think like, maybe, do you remember the dinosaur toys from Disneyland, the dinosaurs with the metal frame inside?
I think that might be a little bit too rubbery. They might be. I don't know if they're talking about that rubbery.
Okay, I don't know. I'm just.
I know exactly what you're talking about. That's a whole different thing.
Also, they said that your Scorpius Rex inspired them.
Oh, I'm so glad. Hopefully, hopefully it's inspiring you to be all that you can be. Push yourself. Be awesome. You are awesome, and you're gonna make great things.
Be sick.
That's literally. Yeah, you're sick. You're awesome.
You're
embrace it.
Exactly. You're already rad. This is cool.
You do that. They, them, whoever you are, we love you.
You're amazing. Make some cool creatures.
And make some cool creatures. Make definitely cool creatures.
Okay, well, this guy's looking cool. And your dude's looking cool too.
My guy looks like a mess, but I love it because he's my mess.
I know.
I'll just mask that polycam real quick.
But I wanted to talk more.
It's 6:20 also.
Oh wow.
We do have to go on a break. What were you gonna say though? So we can definitely touch base on it.
Let me think. Let me see. Actually, I don't mind just drawing through, to be honest.
Okay, I was gonna get myself a cup of coffee.
Oh, get yourself a cup of coffee.
I'm still working through my first Capri Sun. So
That's fine. You can keep going. I'm kind of in a good vibe right now. I was gonna say though, what was I gonna say? Oh, who are like some of your early? Yes, I do remember. Like we were talking about the other day about like early deviant art concept artists that really inspired us.
Oh yes.
Yeah, we're really geeking out over like specific artists that we saw. You want to talk more about that too? Like in the olden days of little like 15, 16-year-old Justin, like, figuring stuff out.
Oh my god. I thought those were memories suppressed. I'm just kidding. Oh, we'll definitely gotta talk about that. We should. Oh wait, they I want to answer because they just posted a new message.
Okay, cool.
And then we'll reply to that. Let's go on break for like 10 minutes,
Okay.
and then I'll go get coffee.
Okay, cool.
And then we'll come back. So to answer questions, oh yeah, oh okay, oh the baby one, as in the baby Scorpius Rex, the subadult. And also for flexibility, I suppose, as much as the Kinder small raptors with the tail. Yeah, so definitely. The current resin that I use now with the Dimetrodons, since the Dimetrodons are prototypes, they're still very much. The purpose of those Dimetrodons was to be able to test the new that new rubbery plastic feel, that feel of soft plastic like you're talking about. So yes, I am touching base in that because later on I do want to be able to do plastic injection, and the flexible resin that I'm using is the closest that I can get to that will ultimately be able to that's ultimately being able to prepare us for translating the current translating how we make figures into a method that could be mass produced using plastic injection. So I am using it's not plastic, it is resin, but we're already dabbling into that so that we could actually move into that territory.
Nice.
I hope that was able to clarify. I tend to ramble. I'm still getting better at speech, but no, that makes sense.
My man is making big things happen.
All right, so we should go on break.
Okay.
Take a 10-minute break, and then we said we were going to sculpt until 7:30. I feel like would you mind if we went past 7:30? Because I feel like we're having fun.
Yeah, I'm down. We can go until whenever. Yeah, no, exactly. I'm down to do whatever. Let's give it a little pause. We'll be right back, folks. One thing though is like, how do you? Again, this is our first stream. So how do we do like? We'll be right back.
I guess we'll do I think on Twitch there's like a section that says like you can pause this.
Okay.
We're so new at this, guys. We're noobs. Definitely. Also, definitely for those of you tuning in, leave in the messages what you would like to see from a stream. Like what different things because this is new. Normally streams are like gaming streams and everything. This is not, I guess, your typical stream. So go ahead and drop in like what things you would like to see. Different things we could all participate in, different ideas. We're literally all ears right now.
Yeah.
We really like, we're having fun doing this. So just while we're on our break, type those in the chat.
Nice.
Let us know.
And thank you, Soul Reaver, for being cool, being rad. Yeah, okay, we'll be right back. Let me just do a quick little pause.
I'm Googling it.
We're still streaming, but is there dialogue? Yo, I'm back a little earlier. Just needed to get a little bit of drink. Just gonna wait for Justin. Welcome, homie. Is it Rochelle Projects or Rachel Projects? Either way, I apologize, but happy to see you here. Rochelle. Okay, sick. Nice, nice, nice. And that, I guess that's the first time I've ever seen it. Oh, yo, welcome. Yo, WRex91. Cool to see you. Yeah, this is awesome. We're just on a little break. Justin's going to be back soon, and we'll keep drawing this very, very angry, edgy, I don't even know at this point, like it's a hybrid, but at this point it'd be more like a... It's kind of funny to think about, it's a really cool looking dragon-y thing from the Chaos Effect line. While I wait, I'm just going to be painting on my T-Rex. There we go. I wonder why you weren't behaving earlier. How long have I been drawing? Good question. No, I'm just kidding. I've been drawing ever since I could really remember, actually. My mom said she could remember me drawing pictures when I was like 2. And I think it was like the Triceratops. Yeah, but I've been drawing my whole life. Yes. Me and Justin are both redesigning the Ankyloranodon from the Chaos Effect line. That's what we're doing right now. I'm just lining this guy up now and doing more refined pencils before I start coloring. And Justin's modeling that same character in ZBrush. Yeah, it's pretty fun. We wanted to kind of do a series where we're going to be redesigning these little Chaos Effect guys. No, they're pretty rad. I remember having some of them when I was a kid. Like, they were so cool. I had the Compsognathus one, where it's like a stegosaur and like a dart frog. Forget that. And I think I had the Tyrannops and the Tanystropheus looking one, but it's like Tanaconda. I had a Tanaconda. Hey! Welcome. Is it Game Acquaintant 7? Happy to have you here. This is cool. Glad everyone's kind of digging on the drawing vibes. Feel free to bust out your own pencils and Cintiqs or whatever you're drawing on. Draw along with us. It doesn't have to be exactly this. Just we want to have like a nice creative space of fun times and just doing your own little creatures, whatever you want. While I wait for Justin, I'm just going to be doodling on this Tyrannosaur I'm working on. This guy's trying to be more accurate, or scientifically accurate as I can make it. That's kind of rad. Ooh. There we go.
All right, I have returned. What I missed?
Oh, nothing. We got a couple more people in the chat, man. This is cool.
Oh, it's so exciting!
Yeah, we got
Yeah,
like 4 people we're talking with me. We're 3, and yeah, it's pretty cool. They were asking about my art, and they're talking about some were just tuning in, seeing that we're redesigning the Ankyloranodon.
Oh my god, it looks so good.
I know
It
this
looks
is
amazing.
Thank you. I also just brought up my little Rex to play around with it.
If I were you, I would save that because I would love to use that as the concept art for the future chaos effect. And
Oh, I will.
It's actually pretty stellar.
Thank you. Then I will, sir. I will. Ah, like, hey, there they are. They're saying howdy and howdy or heyo. Justin has returned.
Returned with my giant cup of coffee and my Christmas mug that says Feliz Navidad on it.
That's a vibe, though.
I've had it out year round, so don't judge me, anybody.
Got it. How can they? What are you talking about? That is, my good man, that is of our culture. Feliz Navidad.
True.
Feliz Navidad.
Can't with this for a whole mood.
This is true. Alright, I'm ready to get back into it if you are, good sir.
Yes, I am. I'm here.
As Justin once said, he must consume hot wings to gain dinosaur power. To eat a dinosaur is to gain their knowledge.
Did you say hot wings?
We got Wingstop that one time.
Oh yeah, I thought you were gonna say like copious amounts of caffeine. I was gonna be like, yes, this is very true. But yeah, Wingstop works too.
Oh, okay. I had a question for you.
You drink coffee? You drink coffee with or without creamer? You know what? It depends on the occasion. Definitely, I usually have coffee with creamer when I'm here at my apartment. But like, if I was camping, like during summer field during geology, I always drink it gritty and black right out of the French press.
What a madman.
Just because you needed it. There was no time for luxuries. You just needed the energy.
How rugged.
I like coffee in every shape and form.
Coffee's delicious.
Brian, do you drink coffee?
I do drink
Aren't you a
coffee.
tea guy?
No, I drink coffee. I love coffee.
I didn't know this.
I love coffee. Yes, I enjoy coffee. I like a good coffee. I like a nice latte.
Oh yes.
See, I'm a little not as refined. I just go for like a sugary drink in the morning.
Just something. Just give me the energy.
Yes. Fill me with diabetes.
No, you can't say that. That's not nice. You can't say that on stream.
Sugar? You're right. True. Never mind.
This is our first stream, everybody.
True.
We will. There will be moments.
This is true. I do apologize. Then again, I actually.
Vanilla creamer. Yes.
I actually do have to watch my sugar intake. I do come from a family that has diabetes. My mom does it.
It's hard to get up sugar. French vanilla creamer is my go-to. Yes, you know what? It very much is, and I do love it. I feel like you have to be careful though, because doesn't French vanilla creamer have like sugar in it? And so isn't it easy to accidentally put too much sugar into your coffee?
I think so. I got the first and last patch you'll get. This is true. I take that seriously. Thank you for your mercy. Let me see.
Yeah, lots of sugar, which is not necessarily a bad thing. I will not deny Then I am
1, 2, 3.
drinking my coffee with a champorata cookie,
That
which is
sounds-
basically just a giant sugar cookie.
That is really good.
So I definitely get that. Sugar is delicious. When it's like in pastries and in coffee.
Yes. That's why actually how I like, if I'm drinking black coffee, I usually have it with a pastry.
Yeah, definitely. What's your go-to pastry? What's your go-to breakfast pastry?
Breakfast pastry?
Yeah.
Let me think. Let me think. I like a good, to be honest, I like a good scone. I like a scone.
A scone, okay.
Like blueberry scone, delicious.
I think I've ever had a scone before. Unless the scone really is just a biscuit, then I've had lots of scones before.
True.
It'd be funny.
Okay, cool.
I like how this is dry. I like my sculpt. Okay, I am very fully aware that my sculpt is all over the place right now. I can guarantee you, it's a direct reflection of my life. I'm all over the
I think
place.
it's looking good though. You're putting shapes in, you're getting forms down, and I like the crest. Is it feeling better to you now?
Yeah, you know what? In general, to me it does look like a bit like a turkey, but it's just fine because it's just something that, to get us started, to get us sculpting, to get me doing something.
I feel it.
Because a lot of time, like, I'm just not. I'm like everywhere else. Like I mean, I don't know if you guys can see this, guys, but I have like a million thousand sculpts.
Nice casual flex, sir. I'm kidding.
It's too crazy.
Yeah, this is
But
true.
you know what? I think the problem is though too is that the reason I like kind of doing this in Ankyloranodon thing is because it's not necessarily accurate. So the stress of trying to go for some type of exact bone structure
It's not as
there.
much.
There's no
Yeah.
stress about it.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of more fun in a way. We do have another question though. Rochelle was asking, is this work full time for us both? You want to answer first, and I'll go next.
For me, yes. It is full time.
Rad. For me, it's still kind of part time. I'm still finding my way. I'm trying to get studio work. I've got cool things going on. I got projects, which are really cool. I got a potential thing with a museum that's going to be awesome. I can't really talk much about it, other than it's really kind of cool. It's pretty rad, and I'm really excited at the potential for it. But, I'm working on a graphic novel pitch, and, just still wrapping up university. I'm in the BFA program for visual design and visual development and pre-production, so concept art. And, just trying to refine my craft and just trying to make moves to be in a position where I can start getting studio work and then produce my own projects, and much like our good friend Justin here. And, I'd like to start a studio someday.
Ryan is slaying, guys. Absolutely
I am
slaying.
trying. So, the only thing that's being slayed is my sleep schedule.
Oh my gosh. Artists in sleep are just not...
We need it so much.
Everybody, please make sure that you are allowing yourselves to sleep. I know it's something that's not... I know we love to stay up late on our phones and watch memes or listen to ASMR vids, but you need to sleep. You really do need to sleep. And the only person coming in between that is you. So allow yourself to be able to sleep. You need your body to rest, especially if you're going to be an artist. You do need your body to be able to rest and relax, because a lot of times I think people forget. But that also comes with exercise. With artistry, you will be sometimes sitting in a position for hours at a time.
Yeah.
And that's not necessarily good. It's not good for you.
No.
So you need to be able to make changes to your lifestyle in order to make up for that, in order to be able to account for the kind of the unique stress that you're putting on your body. So make sure you're sleeping. Make sure you're also exercising, because if you're sitting in a chair, you do need to have good core strength, because you don't want your back to be a slinky.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
So, definitely take care of yourselves. Definitely learn to take care of yourselves.
Yes.
And learn what's best for you, because your work is definitely unique just as much as you're a unique artist, which means that the steps that you get to take in order to take care of yourself are going to be specific. So, definitely take time to be able to understand what you need, and work on being able to let yourself have that and give that to yourself, because you do need to be healthy. We want you to be healthy.
Exactly.
You should not suffer for your art. I know they say like pain is beauty. Not always. Pain is only beauty when it comes to Converse shoes. And in that case, just go ahead and put some insoles in there. But other than that, you do not need to be suffering.
Yep, I completely agree with that. I remember when I was like much younger. Like, well, I wasn't much younger. I was like probably like 18. Again, I'm starting college and whatnot. I'm really trying to like take my craft seriously and trying to like. I put such emphasis on like constantly drawing. Like I used to go days just nonstop, and that's not good. Like it's not. Ultimately, you're not getting the same output out of it either. When you're healthy and you're living life, regularly and enjoying, interactions with friends or family or going out, to exercise and so forth, that actually makes better art for yourself because you're giving your body time to kind of heal and get to full capacity again. And that's the thing. It's also like what me and you were talking about earlier. Is like not everything has to be like supremely,
Yeah.
Oh, what's one looking for? Progress comes in many ways.
Yeah. Yes, it definitely does. And to touch base on that, what you just said, when you do take care of yourself and you're living life a little bit, like you should, if you're, you do limit your the possibilities of artist blocks, because artist blocks are basically, they're not. I mean, artist blocks, simply put, are you getting in the way of yourself. It's because it does really come down to you. You're not allowing yourself. You either already have been put into a stressful situation to where you're sort of closing off your creative side, your creative, or your that motivation or that drive, and you're not, and you feel like you can't create anything. It's sort of a response. That it's you reacting to be able to like hide from a stressor. So the more that you're able to be on top of recognizing different stressors or recognizing how to be, healthy as an artist, the less likely you're going to encounter artist blocks, because you're already going to be aware of what triggers them. You're going to, and for me, usually what triggers artist blocks is if I put way too much work on myself. I don't want to work on anything, and then when I don't want to work on anything, I just lose that creative drive.
No, I totally feel that.
The best way to do that I do is definitely exercise. I try to exercise regularly every day, especially because you're just sitting in a chair and I don't want to mess up my back.
Oh, it's art. So
so definitely exercise. Eating healthy. You do want to be able to eat healthy. You do need, obviously all your vitamins and nutrients and everything, because those help healthy mental states. And then trying to get as much sleep, as I would say socially acceptable, because sleep is good.
Yes.
And then another thing is moderating, negativity. Moderating different negativity. Like there's negativity from like social media, negativity from like politics. You want to be able to at least have a designated time to be able to let yourself be exposed to something, just so that you can be aware as a human about things that like go on in the world. But you can't let yourself be completely absolved into it, because then you're just surrounding yourself in negativity and you're not really enjoying life as it could be. You become depressed about the way things work, or the way things that just are. So you want to be in mind about like your boundaries, what your body needs, what your mind needs. Just sort of, and maybe take like a week or to really gauge yourself. Take some time to really figure out like what works for you, because that's important. It's very important.
Oh, real quick, Justin, we had a question.
Ooh, okay.
Have you guys ever had a particular project that's kept you up or given you some sort of insomnia due to how extensive or delicate your project is? Do you want me to go first, or you want to go first?
Yeah, go ahead and answer that. Yeah, definitely.
Yes, I had. A long time ago, I was in a startup, and I was doing a very important role there as a the head of visual design, but I was a small baby, as in a child. I was like 18 and 19, and I'm still developing as a human being, and I really took on a lot of responsibility. And I would stay up for, like I said back then, I'd stay up for days, and I was also working graveyard, so that did not help my sleep schedule at all, and it was very, very intense, and it was affecting my health. I was very irritable. I was not putting on my best work because I wasn't really giving myself time to learn or enjoy the process. So, and I didn't want to draw at some point, so I was just like, dude, this is too much. When I finally, left that company and was no longer in that stressful situation, I took a long time to kind of just take a step back from, I didn't stop drawing. I just did not do it as seriously or intensely. I took, this is like right before, the pandemic and going into the pandemic. So I took that time to kind of just recalibrate, heal, and focus on, myself, and really come to understand like what was, redefining my process and having more boundaries. Like if I'm working professionally, of course I have deadlines and I got to make sure that these things have to get done, but there's also like, well, I have to be smart about how I work. Doing like 70-90 hours a week is not sustainable. Like breaking your work down to acceptable things for like a 40, just an average work week. You got to live, you got to enjoy life, and you got to be real with yourself, and that's okay. And sometimes, saying no to a project because it's going to be too intensive or you have too many right now that you're focusing on is sometimes the right thing to do, and it's just being honest. And there will always be another opportunity. I know we've talked about this before. When we were growing up, it felt like there was like only a few opportunities. Like, oh, you'll never see these like job offers again. But with things like this, you make those opportunities for yourself. You make something unique. Something new will come along. So there will always be something if you're willing to, if you got the passion and you got the craft and you're putting work behind it, it will come in time. But it's just kind of that thing of just like, just getting to what you're asking is like, yes, I have had my experience with that, and it's not really a pleasant one.
I'm glad that you actually mentioned being able to say no to particular projects, because I think a lot of kids out there and a lot of younger generations who want to do work or know that a lot of networking depends on doing work for people, you can very easily overwhelm yourself.
Yeah.
And it is important to be able to understand that it's okay to say no, and it is okay to also turn down opportunities. Sometimes there will be opportunities that come, and they sound so good, and they probably could have good directions, but they might not have come at a time that's best for you. And that isn't to say that like, this is really, really bad. It just means that happens in life. There are sometimes that it's just an occurrence that just happens with opportunities. There always will be opportunities, and they're always going to there's some that are going to come at good times, some that are going to come at bad times. But learn that it is okay. Be aware that it's okay to say no when something is when you know that something's going to be too overwhelming, or if you have recently got off of like a really strenuous project and you know that you need to recover, because recovery is also very, very important when it comes to being on an intensive project. So you don't always want to jump into a project right after you come out of a strenuous one. You do need time to be able to mentally recuperate. So it is okay to say no to a project if it's just not in the cards for you at the moment. It's totally fine.
Yeah, completely fine, and it's natural. Oh, we have two questions too. Rochelle's asking, how did we find each other? And we can go into that again. And Arthur, good to see you, Arthur, is asking about our creative processes and what really inspires us both in music or stories. So let's start with Rochelle's and go to Arthur, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Since you did the last time, I can talk about this one. So we talked about it earlier, but to kind of refresh, so me and Justin both met each other at our old job. We both are former employees at the Natural History Museums of Los Angeles, and we worked at the La Brea Tar Pits. And he was one of the new hires. I was there a little bit before him, and I remember seeing him in the break room, and he was drawing on his iPad a T-Rex, and I was like, dude, this is really rad. And it was the Jurassic Park T-Rex from the novel, and I had been doing the same one too, and we just kind of hit it off and became fast friends there. He is an amazing concept artist, and he's done a lot of cool stuff, and he's just a really down-to-earth and chill dude. As far as that part of the questions, like where we met, that's pretty much it. But like as the second part, I find you said to find it difficult to connect with other serious artists with similar interests. I know that feel. Like there was a long time where it's just like, well, you know, you kind of. I think we all go through that feeling, and maybe we still are in there. Everyone's on their own journey, and it comes in different ways. You know, Justin, did you ever feel like you were like the art kid, and you were the only one that really did the kind of art you did in your school when you were younger or older? You know, even when you know.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I felt that way up until the moment I met you. I was like, oh, I'm not the only one.
There's another.
There's another here in life.
Yeah, it's that thing when you're. It's funny. It's a lot of things, you know. In life, I've been lucky, and you know, like I'm still growing as a person. You know, I'm not perfect, but I try my best to kind of be more, you know. When I was younger, I didn't get much of the, you know, the kind of, like we were talking about earlier, the support that you know, that you would hope to get, you know, trying to pursue the arts. You know, I come from a very blue-collar working class family. That's okay. Nothing to that. It's just that it's a different world, and it's not, and it's sometimes hard to explain that. So I was always very isolated from other artists growing up. I didn't find much more community until, oh, thank you so much. Yeah, it's really cool to find that, which I'm going to. It's like, you know, I have been lucky so far in my adult life that I have met such more like-minded people and other creatives that really enjoy the same things, because, you know, I have been in positions or put myself in places where they exist and sought them out, you know, and it's a little bit nerve-wracking at first, you know. I'm even though I'm very energetic and, you know, I seem very loud and extroverted, which I am, I can't deny, I am. I can be very shy, you know, and for me, it's just kind of finding a place of comfort, and it's like, oh, are people actually gonna really, like, take me seriously, or gonna really think this is, you know, if I can actually be open and share my interests? And I just feel like when you get, as I've gotten older, it's like the more passionate and just honest about your interests and like what you enjoy, the better, you know. Just ultimately, people are drawn to that when you're authentic with yourself. Like that's what it really comes down to. It's like when I started to meet like better friends and more, you know, friends that are like in the arts and creative. I've, you know, some of my best friends are like artists, and I've made friends with professional artists. And what it really comes down to is just like authenticity. It's like I like talking to them about art. I love art. I love being able to talk to people about their art, what inspires them, what makes them happy, and what makes me happy. It's just like, you know, me and Justin, even doing this, we just really wanted to spread positivity and storytelling, because we both genuinely care about, you know, getting people to draw and getting them to create at their own pace. There's no, again, we don't want to ever say it's like, you got to do it this way. No, this is not what it's about. We really just want people to have fun, experiment, and meet people, like meet, you know, and meet each other. Like, you know, the creature design, characters, that doesn't matter. Like, the art community is something really awesome, and the fact that we all have that kind of power and potential to storytell. You know?
Definitely. That's so beautifully put.
I try. But no, and yeah, exactly. See, you got it. And you know, that's another thing, Arthur, to lead into that question. You know, for what inspires me, you know, for my things, it takes a while to find a creative process and workflow that works for you. Like, I'll backtrack a little bit. So I know everyone's kind of seeing this more refined little dude here, but let me just show where he was a couple. Like an hour ago. So that's where he is now. You know, kind of have like a better refined sketch of him. But first he was this kind of like, let me see. Oh, yeah. There. I had him as a silhouette, because my process is usually this. I like to make silhouettes of my, I like to sculpt with, you know, just shadow to kind of figure out the basic shape languages of the character or creature, whatever, you know, I'm kind of doing to kind of get a good feel of what stands out to me. You know, that was the reference model, since we're redesigning this thing. It's the Ankyloranodon from the Chaos Effect toys from Jurassic Park. We did that. Then I went into my top threes. So I picked my top threes, which are this guy, this guy, this guy. and then I combined them into one entity. Once I got that, and I erased a little bit, I had that combined entity, and then I just started, I lowered the opacity and started drawing over it, and kind of adding more details as I went and modifying it. I warped the head to be a little longer than when it started, and then I opened the mouth with select, and now I'm just kind of passively just enjoying the process. I'm just drawing, sketching, having fun with it. It's supposed to be a little messy. It's not supposed to be hyper, refined work. If I was going to take this further, then I would go into an actual depending on how I wanted this. If I wanted this more comic booky, I'd then blue line it, and then I can go into ink lines and black line it. However I'd like, but if I'm kind of being honest, I'm just kind of going with a more of a easy kind of painterly look for this guy, and I backtrack a little bit actually because I.
I'll be honest with you, I have no idea what I'm doing.
We all have our things, man.
First episode, it's fine.
Yeah.
I just want to. I like. This is fun stuff.
Oh, okay. We got another cool question. Real quick. What did you go through? Music, or is it just stories? I'll touch back in just 1 second, Arthur, with that last part of the question. Let me just answer at least a little bit of this. We'll pass it to both of us. I was wondering if you and Justin have any possible plans of making collaboration figure or something else completely different. Would you like to take that away, good sir?
We have plans. We have lots of future plans. We have lots of stuff. We have lots of ideas. It really is up in the air at the moment because we have so many ideas.
We do.
But right now we're also working on our own projects at the moment. And we're figuring out a whole lot of business stuff and everything for our own respective businesses and companies. So we haven't really thought of anything in detail, but it is definitely something that we have talked about 24/7 and thrown back ideas on a bunch of different things. We haven't finalized anything because I think what it is we still have there's still a direction we want to be able to establish and go. We want to be able to establish ourselves first. That way, when we are actually able to collab, we have a good idea of what we want to do.
Yes.
Because if you've ever heard, nobody's ever heard Ryan and I talking about collabing, but when we do talk about it, it is all over the place. It is everywhere. There's we're just well, we could do this on topics that are not even they won't even be related. It's just collabing on everything. That's why there's nothing yet, because there's just so much we want to do, and we need to wait till we have a little bit of structure before we can actually kind of
There's a lot of balancing right now. In my own career, I got a lot of cool things planned. I got a lot of things in motion at the moment, but there are a lot of heavy things to lift. But right now, though, these things right here, as we kind of grow together, we've talked about a lot of cool things we want to do, and we definitely have things, especially with figures and modeling, and even cool, narrative works. We have a lot of cool things planned in the pipe works. So keep an eye out and keep an ear out, and we're always open for suggestion too, and also just making cool. Just cool things, ultimately, that's why we were drawn to each other's work, is, and also each other as people, because, we like cool things. I can talk with him about obscure, creature designs from, dude, do you remember those creatures from, the 90s straight-to-home DVD Gargantuas? And he'll probably get it.
That's the interesting thing about Ryan, is that he will know exactly. So, like I said before, I'm not good at names or anything. I'm, absolutely horrible. And he'll say, do you know this person's art? I'll be no, I don't know this person's art. But because I don't know the name, but I probably have seen the art before. I just can't place the name, and that's how it usually is. And he'll be well, you've seen it before. It's this, and I'm oh yeah, I have seen it before. I just didn't know the artist. So Ryan's definitely also the guy to go to if you need references when it comes to seen this before and I don't know what it's from. Go to Ryan. Ryan will have the library and the resources. Especially when it comes to references. If you also need help on references or inspiration, Ryan's got you.
I try.
He knows that stuff.
Well, yeah, I like to put it like this. My advice to anyone really trying to get into good creature and character design is, your brain is a library, or actually, your brain is a museum, to kind of like plug it,
Yes.
to the thing. But to be very honest about that, yeah, I like to really think about those things. I like to study my interests. I said that I'll say this again and again to everyone, because I think it's super cool, because literally it just means you get to fan out and nerd out about what you like. But it's now taking it to the next level. There's being a fan of something just for the inherent enjoyment of it. But when you're trying to apply, when you're trying to understand it, and I guess you could say more in a this is what I'm looking for, practical and academic way to your work, you get a whole new appreciation for it, because you understand what was at play on a logical and emotional level at that piece that really resonates with you. Not only does it look cool and make you feel good looking at it, or you enjoy it because it makes you feel good, but you understand how the artist manipulated that to do so. And I really suggest people, if you get a chance, whenever you can, in any way, do master studies, for enjoyment, to really understand. Like, if you have your favorite character creature artist, recreate one of their artworks, but try to understand it. I've actually done some myself. Let me see if I can pull one out real quick.
Actually, a really great piece of advice. Yeah, find what makes it really interesting. Try to understand what made it unique to them.
Yeah. A lot of files of creatures and stuff. Because like one of my favorite artists was I love Wayne Barlow. If you're not familiar with Wayne Barlow, he's a great character creature designer, and I really enjoy his artwork, and he's a huge influence on me. Like I grew up with his how to draw his dinosaur. What's it looking for? His dinosaur alphabet, and I really enjoyed that. So here's the original painting. I should say, there it is. I love this painting so much. I love the colors, and I know the dinosaurs are very inaccurate for the time, but they were accurate for the time, but inaccurate by today's standards. But like, I love the color. I love the whole composition. I just love the kind of dynamic feeling of this. It feels very mythic, and he's a great creature character designer. He's done everything from space aliens to like demons and monsters to like paleontological things. But to kind of understand it more, I wanted to kind of, I did my own study of it. I really wanted to kind of understand the piece. So I know these are kind of more blocky, but this was just kind of to figure it out, What do you think, Justin?
I love it. You showed me these before too.
I did.
There's so much because I remember we discussed the coloring because of the. In case some of you guys don't know, during volcanic eruptions, when the sulfur is released up into the atmosphere, usually during eruptions that have when there's just usually a lot of like volcanic output, it will change like the hues in the air, and it was kind of cool. We thought it was really cool that it was sort of acknowledged in those pinky tones, because that's what the refraction of the light causes. It causes like these really, really beautiful looking hues of just like pinks and oranges, which is also, you see that also in like modern day pollution, which is why like Southern California has some of like the most beautiful sunsets, because there's so much pollution. That's why it's so purple and orange. but we like to acknowledge those little factors that I guess not maybe a lot of people would probably take into consideration or acknowledge, but we do. And we love it. It's just super fun. It's super insightful, and it's nice to see it being like represented in like a beautiful piece of artwork.
Yes. Also, good old LA pollution. This is true. Arthur had a question about the coffee question again. It was because Arthur is a fellow barista.
Whoa! I wish I could do that stuff. That is amazing. That is a gift.
It is. Shout out to all the baristas out there.
Shout out to all the baristas out there. Especially the ones at Starbucks.
Oh yeah, Saints.
Oh my gosh!
As a former Starbucks employee from like way back when, it was such a. Such an environment. The coffee. Everyone needs their coffee. But
I'm proud of you, all of you hard workers out there that have to work with the general public.
yes,
Is not easy.
my hat's off, and we salute you. For me, I like a latte. I like a latte with like syrups and cream. But if I had to be honest, if I get myself a black coffee, I like to have it with a pastry, because as a barista, I was trained for tasting, and that's what they said. It was a cool thing they taught us, is like the sugar from like a coffee cake is the sugar you get when you drink, so that mixes on the palate.
Oh, that makes sense. Oh, because I always have just regular like coffee cake whenever. Okay, so when I did go to Starbucks, because I don't go to Starbucks. Reason being is because first of all, it's like $10,000 a coffee.
It's pretty expensive.
And also, it makes me fall asleep. I have no idea why. Starbucks coffee makes me fall asleep. But I would always get the their cinnamon swirl coffee cake because well, first of all, sugar, delicious.
It's very good.
And it just goes well with coffee and coffee.
Oh, if anyone wants a cool little hack, well, at least in my Starbucks, I guess it depends. You can technically blend any pastry into a drink if you want. So I used to put, yeah, you can. I used to be able to throw like a iced lemon pound cake into like a mocha frap, and I would put coconut milk, and I'd make a coconut citrus chocolate frappuccino.
What the heck? What?
Yeah, you could technically do that. Like, there's nothing really stopping you. Like,
is that like Sonic, where they say like at Sonic they'll make any drink for you?
Yeah, really. Like, if they have bananas at your Starbucks, you could throw that into your drink too. Like, someone used to get a matcha banana frappuccino. That was one of our regulars, and it was like so rad. I had one. I was so inspired. I tried it myself, and it was really tasty.
I'm in absolute shock right now.
No.
This is so. I mean, all right.
Oh,
okay.
Real quick though, that is looking lovely, sir. I'm looking at your progress. Great job.
Oh, thank you. See, trust the process. It'll start.
It looks so angry. It looks so aggro.
I love it. Like, although I do want to make his face a little bit longer because I like your idea of like the elongated pterosaur face.
Well, because it makes more. At least in my brain, it's just like, how are you going to not indulge the pterodactyl in this? Just having that look. Like tastefully. You got to keep it robust because like it's it is what's the word I'm looking for? Like, you got to keep it heavy. Oh my God, that looks so good. Okay, sorry. Like, Justin is really cool. I love watching him work. But yes, thanks, Arthur. Yeah, it's so cool. I would say. Oh, I was going to say something. I was going to talk about right here. So this is another artist I really like. So this is Douglas Henderson. He's like a legend for making great environmental paints. So this is all like oil and like watercolor and gouache, from what I can understand. But like, breaking things down. Like, the top one is a thing, and I completely recreated it here, like from the bottom. Like, I didn't want to trace it over, I just tried to recreate it. And then this one, though, is just like outlining, the composition, trying to understand what was he doing, like what was going through his head. And then, you make them into like, pixelate these things and try to get a palette, from that, and what is the values. And you can literally do this with anything, like any piece of art that you enjoy. Again, I know I'm on this kind of tangent, but I think it's a very important thing that, like, I wish, like, that, I would say I wish. I am appreciative that I had that understanding, or at least I was given that understanding. And it's something that I really think that anyone that's, going through the creative journey, it's something that's just very nice to do, because it's something fun, Yeah, I think it's just like you want to have fun when you're learning, and what's better than like paying homage to some of your favorite pieces, or like trying to, copy your favorite, making fan art of something you love. But then as you do that, what you gain from that is like the process of how that happens and how that works, and you can internalize that for your own work and make some new, more interesting, designs off that.
Which actually brings us to our second topic, which we were going to discuss during this podcast, and that's actually a perfect segue into it. Is we wanted to discuss with you, basically just talk about the differences between artists' self-validation versus self-deprecation.
Yeah.
Because that's a very, very huge thing, especially as artists, every single artist, but especially in artists that are beginning.
So and Ryan and I had these discussions before, and it's very much relatable, especially when you're much younger and you're starting out and you're looking at inspiration. I think it definitely starts when you start looking for more inspiration. We begin to compare ourselves a lot to other artists out there as far as like quality and what they're capable, what they've been capable of doing, and what they have brought to the different various art communities and everything. And then sometimes we'll step back and then we'll look at our own work and we'll be like, well, dang it, like I wish I wish I could be like at their skill level, or I could how come mine doesn't look like that, different things like that. And the self-validation that we wanted to talk about was the sheer concept of what validation means. Validation is not necessarily a good thing or a bad thing. It's just confirming a state at which something is. So, for example, like your art, no matter what age you are, what skill level you're at, your art is neither bad nor good. It's just simply reflects a skill level that you are at that time with the years of experience or the time of experience that you have put into it. And validating that is at least able to help you separate that, like, I'm not bad. It's just that this is where I'm at right now, and when I do put in more work, it's going to show. It will definitely show. And it's important to be mindful of these because if it's hard for us to differentiate the two between acknowledging where we're at skill level wise, it could very easily turn into a self-deprecation act where we just immediately attack our own skills. And these are skills that you have put in years into being where you're at, because you're not drawing the same thing that you did when you were 2 years old.
Yes.
Your skill level is definitely much later. And so we want to be able to avoid that self-deprecation, and we don't want to attack all those amazing years of experience that you have put in to be where you're at now.
Exactly.
Yeah, so your art doesn't match up a particular style of persons that that you're inspired by or that you want to be like. That doesn't mean that your art's bad, and that doesn't mean also that that also could mean is that the interest in the art that you're probably how do I put this? The interest is simply not what you're making sometimes. You could be, for example, it's like music. Just because somebody else's music is not what you would listen to, it doesn't necessarily make it bad music. Because somebody out there loves that music, it just means that it's not what you want to listen to. So a lot of times that's what people forget. I think that they think that their work is not popular or it's not good because sometimes it's not what people are just looking for.
Exactly.
Or it's not people are attuned to. And so it's important to differentiate all of these so that you are able to remember that your skills, the journey that you have gone through in order to get to where you're at now, is very, very valid. You have done a lot of work. It does show. It is showing. And that's it. Don't push yourself down anymore. And then just from that, move on and keep pushing forward.
Yeah.
Keep going forward because you will get better. You'll get better, and you will get to a point where you look at your art and you start trusting your process more, trusting yourself more, and then you're going to surprise yourself. You're going to create some really, really good things. But we need to be able to, you want to be able to practice differentiating the two, of validating where you're at, where you want to go, and not beat yourself down. Exactly.
Couldn't say it better myself. Just have, again, to that thing is just, to that point. Also, you got a hello from a Patai. Someone.
I can't see the chats, but hello. Who are you? I'm trying to see.
They said hello, Justin.
Hello to you too.
What was I going to say? No, I completely agree with that. Like, the thing about self-deprecation, just like when you feel like that incompetence from like, anytime, anytime.
Okay, it's Patty.
Patty.
Sorry, I totally. It's one of my best friends. Hi, Patty. I love you, Queen.
Nice.
But yes, keep talking, Ryan.
God, Patty. Sorry, I don't think so, and I apologize for mispronouncing your name. I feel so bad.
But keep talking about what you were saying about.
Yeah. So like art again, like it's trusting the process and understanding that it is all process. Like there is so much more that I want to grow to do. Like I have so many artists that like I really would love to be able to run in their lane, if you know what I mean. I don't want to be them, but I want to be at the same level of like scale and grandeur as them, you know, at least as far as like ability. You know, I don't mean I really say this in the frames like I am my own artist and I love the artist that I am, but I just more so like what I can tackle as a skill set. Like I want to be able to draw like huge sci-fi cities populated with like 100 people, because I love that. I love that feeling of being able to, for me, to draw whatever I want, and that feeling that I'm not really limited or boxed into just one specific thing. Though I love these things. I love characters, I love creatures, I love props, but I want to be able to draw anything. That's very broad, I know, but my specific kind of inspirations and like kind of what I pull and bring to the table are the unique things that are endemic to my voice from my experiences and my other interests, you know. It all is holistic. Your art is a reflection of all of you, not just one part of you. And it's that thing where it's just like, going to what you said, is just like being gentle with yourself and allowing yourself to have fun and understand that you will get there. It's a step, it's a staircase of progress, not a slope or like a hill. You know, you think you're plateauing, but you're just getting ready for the next step. And that was some good advice given to me by my art teachers, you know, when I was coming up, and still some from my mentors. It's like even they still have a lot of things to grow and develop on. They have a lot of things that they need to really work on and really, you know, still advance on. And that's what still makes it interesting for them. You know, you're never really finished, you know. You're going to keep developing your skills, and you know, and it's going to take you into different places. Like I pull from everything, like pull from different influences that you would not expect. You know, like I love creature design, but some of my greatest influences are from like Goya, or like these Baroque era painters, or like abstract painters. You know, I like how those pieces of art make me feel, and you know, like I said, it's just all about, like Justin said, being gentle with yourself and giving yourself the freedom to experiment and have fun.
I think another key point to add on to that you're saying is there's no end game. So there's not going to be a day where you learn everything, you know, where you've learned everything you could. You will keep learning until the day you die. you're gonna always keep learning. So so one thing is also like humble yourself. Know that you're not gonna, nobody knows everything. You're not gonna know everything. But what that should do is give you the courage that it is okay to learn. It's definitely okay to learn and to keep learning, because in reality it's fun. Like, I do not know everything about ZBrush, and I probably will never know everything to know about ZBrush. I just really, there's just so much that you can do because of different applications of it. But that makes me super excited because learning is. I know it sounds so cheap, but learning is fun.
It is fun. It's so fun.
So much fun. It's so much fun because not once you learn something that somebody else has done, you could figure out how to make that work into a project that works. That's gonna make what you know, breathe life into what you're doing. So be willing to learn from others, but acknowledge that you don't also know everything. You know, it'll definitely make you more open to learning and being okay with mistakes, and it'll make you less hard on yourself because you are acknowledging that you're human. That's one thing that you really do need to acknowledge. And with that just does come amazing things.
Yeah.
But be willing to learn and be okay with it. You know, be excited about it. Make it into something to really look forward to.
Preach. Do you happen to have any Justin's dinos? Quick question: do you happen to have any of Justin's awesome dinos? If so, what's your favorite one of them so far? And Justin, is this one that we're seeing going to be on the screen going to be released someday? Weirdly enough, I actually missed your Dimetrodon. I've been wanting to buy one, but they sold out so dang fast when you sold them.
I'll give one to you. Don't worry about it.
Thank you, sir. I've been wanting one for the longest.
And I'll get you. I have so many figures.
But if I had to say if I had to say the ones he's designed that I've watched him design, because I've watched this guy do amazing things, like in our little Discord draw sessions.
He's seen some ones that you guys have not seen yet. He's seen a lot of dinosaurs that you have not seen yet.
Be very gentle about what I say, because I don't want to spoil anything. But I will say this: there are things that he's worked on that are like mind-blowingly beautiful that I really enjoy. One of them of which is a series that will be coming out sooner, but the color palette you picked on that one was amazing. It was God.
Can you remind me? Because I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's one of your retro revivals, the Spitter.
The oh yes.
Yeah. I don't want to say anything further because I don't want to give away.
Spitter, yes.
But that one,
Yeah.
so good. The color is amazing. The texture is looking so righteous.
It's done a lot of shown me a lot of things.
I feel so like
it's too funny. It really is too funny.
but I feel so like I feel so like ooh, I'm seeing behind the curtain.
In reality, it's kind of funny thing is not a lot of stuff is really seen. I just don't show it because either it's not finished, or I'm not too confident about it. In fact, that also goes to social media, guys. Post on social media. Just post, even if it's a work in progress. I need to live up to this. I need to start posting more work in progresses too. But if you have work in progress, post it. People really like seeing. We like seeing before and after of your process. And this goes back to the DeviantArt days of just watching like other artists like RJ Palmer and Fred the Dinosaur Man just like making really, really fun things. And we like seeing how they got to
where they are,
where they're at now. So definitely, push yourself and post those works in progress on social media. Let people know that you're human and you're making really, really awesome things.
Exactly. I see. That's what I'm trying to do more. Like I was guilty of this. And here's the thing. I would also, on the other end of that, also say, normalize finding a rhythm that works for you. Like you don't have to post everything at once. If you need to step away. It's okay.
Yes.
Like post when you can. I do it in bursts. Like I step away for a long bit and I come back and just like just bombard a huge, maybe month-long period of things, and I step away and then I come back. That's my rhythm that feels good for me. Like as much as you want to be productive, I would also preach a human production scale. You know what I mean? Like normalize something that's more, we're not robots. We can't post 24/7, 365. It's a lot.
Yeah, especially if you're running a business all by yourself.
Exactly, or doing everything, and also just trying to live. Like you gotta live. So I would say just find a rhythm works for you if you can. Hey, cool. But like, I think it's also just normalizing posting like unfinished art and just like having cool sketches. Not everything has to be a finished like top tier final sketch. Everything could be a little unrefined. It could be just literally what you have just. Oh, I was doodling this today. Thought it looked cool. Might delete later. That kind of post.
Yes.
But at the same time, it's just that's valid though. Just have fun with it. It's like it's cool.
I feel like people can also see our artist brains where like we'll try to answer a question and we'll just go off on such a tangent because our brains move a mile a minute.
This is true.
We are just all over the place. Imagine us in person. Jeez Louise, this is we're just the whole thing. We're a whole mood.
Oh, Solar Reaver is saying that your Kenorexes are living rent-free in their head.
Kenorexes?
It's like a snippet on your page. Kenner-inspired Red Rex.
Oh, yeah, I think I posted a picture of the head, I believe, I posted that one like last year. It's so funny because the retro revivals, those guys I worked on last year. I try to get models done, everything done like months in advance. Because I try to be, because I do have lots of business plans, and because I do want to be able to mass produce dinosaur figures, super articulated dinosaur figures, especially Jurassic, Jurassic Park and Jurassic World, and I feel like the best way to be prepared for those was to basically just have them like 3D modeled and done, so when it comes time for like leasing stuff and everything, I have like products to show. But that was that right there. That was the retro revival. That was the Red Rex right there. That wasn't the actual JB Rex. And there's differences. I think people know that because the original Kenner T-Rex was based off of the original smaller Stan Winston maquette.
Yeah.
So it's not the final T-Rex that we got. It's more of a slimmed down T-Rex that was
also I think reflected in the Thrasher T-Rex from the Lost World.
I remember that
Kenner?
one. Yeah. Yes, sir.
But what are we talking about?
Yeah, so that was
Yeah, that T-Rex is
I haven't done it. I haven't turned that into a figure. I haven't printed that guy because, well, he's big. That's the one thing. So the reason there hasn't been a lot of large figures that I've released, with the exception of that first Scorpius Rex, which was dubbed the hybrid, is the figures themselves do eat up a lot of material, which is why I'm hoping to be able to go into plastic injection in the future. Because Marco knows this too. That's why it's really difficult when you 3D print stuff, because the material is not always economic.
Yeah.
Like you can use the standard resin that this original Scorpius went out on was basically like about $30 a bottle. But like the Dimetrodons, the new Dimetrodons that came out, the resin that's used to make them a little bit into a softer plastic is about $90 a bottle. It's absolutely expensive, which is why it was a prototype, because I'm having to learn how to use this resin in a sort of financially feasible way, but also learning how to be able to make it so that the design could be translated over to the plastic injection. It's a lot of difficult stuff. It's really, really, really crazy. I feel like I should show at least a work in progress of something right now. I won't show the Retro Revivals, but I'll show something.
Give the people a taste.
Give people a taste of something. Let me see if I can figure out one of these. I can show some old ones. I have a couple of secret projects too, because they're not really secret. Yeah, there's some secret projects. Let's see, what should I show?
And for everyone watching, here is also my take on the Jurassic Park novel Tyrannosaur, a classic.
Oh wait, let's go see RJ's. Yes, I remember when you're working on all these ones.
I also got the Raptors working on too. I'll pull them up real quick.
Oh, show them the Raptor.
Yeah, the Raptor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, he was working on this a couple days ago.
Yeah, here's the Jurassic Park novel Raptor. I'm gonna change the colors a little bit, because don't get me wrong, I like the head is fine. I just think the body needs to be tweaked a little bit, because I'm not gonna lie, the red is a little too Christmassy for me, with the green. Fun as it is though, I was working on some other designs.
Do you guys like the blue eye?
Yeah, I like kind of the ice blue turquoisey eyes, for them.
So cool. That's something we don't necessarily see in the Jurassic universe, and I feel like it needs to be acknowledged more often, because normally they do that smog type of Smaug eye, that red eye, and it's like that's not necessarily scary, because we've seen it everywhere.
Oh,
let's do some predatory scary eyes.
Oh, remember when we were messing around doing our own take on what the Indoraptor could have looked like?
Yes.
I was
remember that one.
Very inspired by greyhounds and dolphins, and I wanted to make something a little more kind of like a sports car. It was the idea we were making a genetically engineered killing super creature. I wouldn't really want it to look, I guess you could say, it shouldn't feel natural. It should feel very you went to the design board to make this thing. This is a rough idea.
Maybe we'll have that as a future stream. We'll just talk about animals portrayed in the Jurassic
thing. I would love that. Yeah.
Jurassic universe.
Back to my.
Oh wait, let me show.
Show.
Let me show something. I'm debating though.
Thanks for the wrap. Yeah, thank you. The Raptor it's really fun. I am working on the turnarounds for that too. Thanks. I might keep the red, but I might just kind of cool it down a little bit, because it's a little competing with the orange of the body. The green though is nice. I do like the turquoisey green, the iridescence. The feathers on the neck.
I think probably what they like about it is the vibrancy of a bird.
Yeah, well, that's what I really want to keep. I want to keep. I just want to be a little. I just got some cleaning up to do. Yeah, because overall it's looking pretty good. I love its feel. I like the feathers around its neck. And going into the yellow of the face. But yeah, I went through a lot of variations. I was just trying to find the right balance, because again, itself is not really supposed to be scientifically. Well, it's not as scientifically accurate. It's a genetically engineered monster. In the novels, they're chimeras. Yeah, there's a base of dinosaur DNA, but the rest is filled in with modern animals. So I wanted to capture that difference. And I can show that right here. I have my. I'll pull up my Jurassic Park Rex. again, and I'm working on a more scientifically accurate Rex. And I even put them in the same kind of pose because I want to orchestrate that. You know, but again, just trying to. It's all about kind of intent. Like the one on the right is again, it's supposed to be like a sports car, like genetically engineered, engineered entity. This was made in a lab with the idea of what the animal was. The other one is, I'm just trying to, once I finish it, I'm going to go over a lot, and try to make it as accurate as I can to the data we have, both in skeleton and both anatomy and both texture, but that's the thing I kind of want to go for both of them. Anyway.
It's always so much fun to see, like, just sketches and works in progress.
Yeah.
Also, we just wanted to be able to thank all of you for joining in. It's been a really, really, really exciting day. We've been stoked about this for, like, a few days, and this is going to make us happy for, like, the rest of the week.
This is so cool. I'm not going to lie. Thank you, everyone. Like, it's so nice that you gave your time for us, and I really I want to say thank you for the bottom of my heart. It's very appreciative. This is really fun, and I really, hope you guys are enjoying watching me and Justin create things. Oh, Arthur had a question. Someone who draws a lot of humans and animals, how would you suggest I go about starting into some creature design? Also, wonderful designs. There's a lot of ways you can do it, but Justin, you if you want to start, I'll go after.
Oh, I was gonna say you start because this is definitely all you.
Oh, creature. Oh, okay. You can.
Well, yeah, because he said because you do creature and humans. He does he does a lot of good character designs. So take it away.
Okay, cool. So So what I pretty much do, and my mindset is I practice a lot of. I worship at the Church of James Gurney, in a way, where he had a mantra, and he has a great book. It's called Imaginative Realism. Now, it means pretty much what it means. For me, for the definition of what it is like to render something that does not exist or did exist with the same complexity and detail as if it still is or if it did exist. So pretty much what I mean is like when I'm going into something more, like depends on the project. Let's say, I'm going to give 3 examples. I got a project to do, and it's like a cyberpunk world, and I got to do like a main character. And she's like a cyborg, but she's also a hacker, and she's a part of like a underground cult. Well, that's you threw a lot of words at me there, but let me think about that, and let me think about the words, what they mean. I could do a lot with cybernetics, so I would probably do research on what's like up to date in cybernetics today. What does prostheses look like? What does that mean in the context of the culture from the character? And that's where I really want to start from. In that project, what does the culture of that world look like? What are they doing? Is this Earth? Is this a colony world of Earth? Is this a space station? What are the things? What are their slang words? What are their food places? What influences that character? Those levels of design, there's a lot of like, oh, take it easy, Rochelle. Thank you for joining us. This is really so good to have you. We look forward to seeing you again.
Have a great night.
Have a great rest of your night. But yeah, definitely, we were going to be doing another one of these. But yeah, getting back to that. So there's 2 kind of concepts. Okay, sorry, I'm kind of all over the place. Let me break this down to something a little more direct. There's a couple ideas of world building, and this is all a spectrum. Like everything in life, there is a spectrum of world building, and this goes for all designs. So when you think about world building, you have hard and soft, and everything between, and you want to dip in all of that depending on what your needs are. Soft is like Studio Ghibli, as in there's not a ton of detail. It's more on the audience to fill in the gaps, and that's intentional. All of this is done with intent. Hard world building is like Tolkien, when you're like creating full-on languages and anthropological history of like the elf races and dwarves and their pantheons of gods and their trade routes and the geology of their map. You need all of these to make a great, believable world. You need some audience participation and some mystery, but you also need a lot of detail. To be honest, you need a lot of detail on your end, so you can piecemeal that out to the audience if you want. And that affects everything. So getting back to my examples, you have like a cyberpunk kind of world. Think about what that means. Do research into what cyberpunk means. What does that mean in cultural context now? But then you take that one part, now you start adding yourself to that. What does cyberpunk mean to you? And what of your own personal experiences with what you think that is? But not only that, but also what you feel about that into that. Maybe you're not really a big fan of that, and you're tackling something, this is kind of more challenging for you, or this is outside of your comfort zone. Embrace that. Make it feel that, and bring some of that alienness into that, or that uncomfort into the design, and you make something very unique to your experience. Or maybe this is something you really like, so you're familiar with the tropes, so you want us to do something different than that, and really pull a new lens onto that by paying respect, but also doing something deconstructive of that. And pull from things that you find, in the world that you live. Maybe you're on a subway and you're doing a commute to work. Think about that. What do their subways look like? What does their public transit look like? Maybe you're in, you're messing with your phone. What does their communication devices look like? Maybe it's like a wrist device that has like a cool projection screen, or maybe it slides up the arm like a huge translucent screen that has a touch screen on it, or maybe it's more, cassette tech, like 80s, and it's got like a punch-in kind of like, backlit, screen, and it's very like, very 80s style computer, and then you start getting into that. So that's one example. Now let's take a different one where you're hired by a museum to do reconstruction of an extinct animal. It's having good knowledge of the animal is, talking with the paleontologist. So you're going to be going off actual data. So, okay, so cool, you got the job. They just did a new dig, and they got this cool specimen of Tyrannosaur. And it's got a really interesting anatomy. There's bone pathologies, which is, if you don't know, there's evidence that there was, the bone had healed over from trauma. So maybe this Rex is missing an arm. So you think about that. You're doing an individual. You have an individual that has a notifying feature. It doesn't have its left arm, and you have to keep that in mind. But that's one aspect of it. So you have the specimen, you have the skeleton, and you have a lot more. We have a lot more of a disposal now of its anatomy. People like Matt Dempsey do a great anatomical, and Scott Hartman have great skeletal studies of these guys. So you have a good base to start off with. So once you get the basic, like what the bones and the general muscle structure and overall conservative shape of the animal, then you go to the unknowns, which allows you for speculation, and that's a key part of this, is a healthy dose of reasonable speculation. So it's like being a forensic artist. You're trying to imagine the animal in its environment. It's an elephant-sized carnivore. It's hunting armored prey like Triceratops and hadrosaurs and ankylosaurs. They're not easy game. These are big things. But it's a thinking animal. The brains, you do more research, you talk to the paleontologist, and they give you some more insight about what they know. You find out tyrannosaurs have a good kind of sense of eyesight and smell from their olfactory scans from the brain case. So you're dealing with an animal that's intelligent, very smart. It's not dull. It has a great sense of that. But how do you portray that? Well, think about animals that are very, intelligent hunters today. Lion prides, or wolves, or hawks. Go especially with the group of the animals we're closely related to. So birds and crocodiles and crocodilians. So look at birds, and especially birds of prey, and then look at ground living birds.
Ryan, if you have that link, do you remember that link to the or the link to that? It was turning the natural animal into like using the natural animals into. You know exactly what I'm talking about, right?
I do know exactly what you're talking about.
If you could attach, that is actually very, very useful information. If you could attach that to the chat.
Yes, I would. I will do that. And you can take.
Arthur may find that to be very, very useful.
Yes, of course. And you can answer. Can you answer the next question though? I think that was one directed towards you, good sir.
Oh, which was the next question? I don't have I don't have the chat available on my end, and my phone doesn't really update it.
Okay. Let me just quickly scour through. But in short, I know I could go on for hours about this, and I probably will. But the main point I'm trying to make is like, from the paleontological one is like, that you're pulling from nature, but also trying to have with the mind of like, within scientific accuracy, you're going to be researching a lot of you're going to be thinking a lot about not only the animal, but the animal in relation to its environment and its context. That is the main point I'm trying to get to. What is your character? What is your creature in the context of the environment and world that it lives in? And that will influence.
I mean, those are Those are basically the primitives, the basic shapes, as we said before, of creating your creature.
Yeah. Once you get that, everything else starts to lock into place, and you start to improvise and vamp. Once you get that good base down, everything else starts to follow.
That was really well said. That was really well put, Ryan.
Yeah, again, it really comes down to it. And also it links back to experimentation, understanding your tastes, and really loving, embracing all that you are. Love all aspects of humanity, and your art will reflect that. Let me see. Hold on. So let me just get that question to you first before I find it. Solar Reaver was asking, how do you go about texturing and painting a figure? For example, Justin's colors on a Scorpius Rex had super awesome gradients. Did it take multiple attempts until you got the color just right? How do you duplicate the color if there's a mass release? Or are there slight differences that only the creator might notice?
Yeah, so I will create I will print out a couple, and I will do a test paint. I'll basically write down the steps of the layering of paint of which I put on a figure, all the way from base coat to like dry brush, or if there's going to be a wash on the figure or anything like that. And I will also make a large amounts of the paint in advance, like in a huge bottle, in large bottles, so that I don't have to like worry about rematching the paint. But usually it's just usually you don't even have to do that. I'll just go get them from the store, and I'll be like, this color works best. But as far as like texturing the figure, the texturing is just it's all done in ZBrush and everything. And it actually, and if you do text, maybe I could show an example quickly right here. Let me save this. I can actually pull up the Scorpius Rex, the new figure, since it's not really a secret. I'm gonna open this up, so get ready for this craziness.
Oh, I don't know if I can paste it in the Twitch chat, but it actually would be a good time. All right, should we start plugging? Where can we send? I want to send an image of what I was talking about.
Dang it! I wish we could have the Discord open.
I know.
Yet. I mean, we could open it up, and let me open up, and we'll just say that because this is our first one, I don't think a lot of people are gonna be aware of it too much. It's gonna go through some change. Oh my god! I just saw your your Ankyloranodon is so cool. I love it.
Oh, thank you.
It's so much fun. Gosh darn it! See, you better post that.
Of course I am.
Let me go to. I'm gonna go ahead and create a category. For I'm gonna put Jurassic creators. We'll just give it a cool pun.
Cool.
Or creations. There you go. Jurassic creations. Create category. Let me change it if I need to, and then we'll put a channel, and we'll do a text channel here. We'll put inspiration we'll put reference.
Go ahead and draw real quick, Arthur. Yeah, go ahead and pick up a pencil and draw. This is all a safe, positive space to just design and get creative and get silly with whatever. Like, have fun. Like, that's the thing. We will always champion silliness and experimenting and just having good old fun in drawing. That's what the point of art is just ultimately telling your story, your own endemic voice, what you're excited about. And that's the thing. I get excited when I see people's excitement and things that I wasn't aware of. Show me your fandoms, draw your creatures, draw your characters, draw whatever. Just have fun.
Okay, I put the I added, so under the Discord, I put it it's like just called Jurassic Creations, and I put in an inspiration thing. So if you want to go and put an inspiration, and then I'll go ahead and share the link if people want to be able to
cool.
start joining, I guess, already. And then we'll just let people know. We're gonna let you know right now, everybody, that the Discord is just barely beginning. So we still have to be able to put community rules and guidelines and things like that, because we don't want it to turn into like Twitter. We want it to be a positive environment where Paleo artists or Jurassic artists, whatever you create, are supporting each other and acknowledging that we are all artists, we're all growing, we're all different styles and tastes and preferences and different things that fuel us. And we want to be able to be respectful of all those.
Exactly.
So I'm going to go ahead and I'll just go ahead and copy the link.
We're all here to just vibe out and make cool things and help each other grow.
Yes. So let me go ahead and
I'm gonna go put it in in the Twitch.
Oh my god, your Scorpius Rex looks so cool. I have an actual question though. Like when you're 3D printing those things, like how did the filaments like print out, like the little quills and whatnot?
So the 1 second, I'm putting this in the chat. Go. Oh, so wait, sorry. It started echoing really, really badly. So what were you saying about the quills?
No, the quills. Yeah. How do you So for the quills themselves, like how does that print out? Because I've always wondered, like how do small stringy kind of things print out in like 3D?
Yeah. So the quills themselves, I was actually planning on being like they're going to be sort of insert pieces. So these are kind of going to be hollow shells, and the oh crap, these are going to be hollow shells, and the quills will actually be sort of pieces that are pushed in from inside.
Oh, okay.
So the quills will be, but they'll be like a whole piece. It'll just like, and I do have to edit them where they're going to go because this is just this was just obvious. I'm going to be honest with you, this was an absolute beast to be able to model, and in fact I actually have to do a lot of edits because I did make the decision of I do not believe I'm going to be doing a standard articulation as well as super articulation. I think I'm just going to make everything super articulated, and then that's just going to be it. So all the people who bought the Retro Revival Dimetrodons, the prototypes, because they did get in a letter included with the Dimetrodon, they will also be getting an official Retro Revival Dimetrodon at the time of release. And I think it says it was supposed to be standard articulation. Well, I'm going to be honest with you, I'm just not a big fan of standard articulation, really. It's kind of a little too Mattel and Hammond collection. So those are all going to be, they're just going to be, y'all going to get a super articulated Dimetrodon. It's going to be super articulated. It's going to be fantastic. Because I do prefer chopping up the models before doing a lot of the finer details, which is the process has really worked out well for me in the past, especially if I'm going to be putting extra care and love into like a figure. And I can't do that twice for standard articulation and a super articulation, because there are ways in making a figure where some people will detail it all like this. It'll be 100% detailed, like you see, and then they end up chopping it up, and they'll end up chopping up the final product and putting it in articulation. But you'll be able to see that it was a whole figure, and it was kind of chopped up, and it looks a little bit, kind of like a glorified statue. Yeah, I think there's some dinosaur figures out there that are articulated that I feel like are not, that you can't really do much with them. And personally, for me, my inner child wants to be able to get wants figures that are super articulate that you can play with, and you could just throw them and they won't break and everything like that. Which is my intention, because that's what I want to do. I'm gonna be 30 years old at some point, and I want to still be able to use my dinosaurs to bash like into toy cars and stuff like that.
That is a dream.
Yeah, so it's just good, but I want to do that with super articulated figures. Like I want Tamashii Nation's SH Monster Art styled, but with dinosaurs, and you could actually really play with them. So that's what I've been working on. But so if that has to cut out the standard articulation, then still it may be, but at least we'll be getting super articulated figures. So this is an example of the Scorpius Rex. And to answer your question, how I do kind of the coloring, well, luckily, the ZBrush has a couple of different ideas, so I could actually test out how paint would be layered within this. So I would color it like, I'll actually show you because I could just show real quick. So if I wanted to, I can just turn this to a really, 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 let's go with a really, really muddled blue. And then we'll just go to color, or we'll go to, I don't necessarily have to put on paintbrush, but
as you
color,
do that,
and then I can
I'm just starting to
add
object color.
Yes. So let's say that like this is all blue. You can test it out here, and then and this would be the same way as I would do it like in real life. So then to imitate like a dry brush on top of it, I can do like mask by cavity. And what it's going to do is ZBrush is going to auto-locate all the sort of crevices by profile and degree.
Also,
and it's going to mask them off.
Welcome, Drew.
Yes.
Sorry, I just saw. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you.
Oh, welcome.
Rad. This is so cool.
But you could actually use this to as like a because now when you paint on this surface right here, it won't. You'll see that it won't actually get into all the deep crevices. So you could actually mimic a sort of dry brush on top. So that's just I just did a really ugly paint right there, but then we remove the mask, and you'll see that it still remains in some pieces down. I mean, it'll still keep. So it's just basically it's a sort of a prototype way to be able to. This is really rudimentary, and trust me, I could do it a whole lot better. But it's the same concept. It's just a lot of practice and a lot of trial and error, and that's just a kind of a part of the fun with it too. It's usually the part that I also look forward to the most, because I really like it. I really like the painting, but a lot of it's trial and error, and it will take sometimes a few models to be able to paint. That's how it was with the Dimetrodon. The Dimetrodon, it's obviously it took like a million years to be able to get that figure. Slice and dice. I feel like let me show. I believe I still have it here. I think this is the original model. Let me check. Oh yeah, so the untextured model. I will be doing a somewhat new one because the reception for this one wasn't as strong. But then again, this one was supposed to be a little bit more of a realistic take on a Dimetrodon. The internal skeleton is actually based off of a Dimetrodon, with the exception of like the lizard feet. I was trying to go with like an iguana. See, like how they have those feet that look almost backwards. But yeah, no, like guys like this, like ones like these, they really do take a while to. But that's also personal stress. Like that's also me making it way more complicated than it needs to be. Because in reality, they really start out like this right here. So this is the the Baryonyx, modeled off of the one from the website, which I feel like is the one that we should have gotten. And if you're robbed of, and we were given that other individual. And so normally what I would do is just after this is all after this is all sliced and diced, then it would be I would usually do like a test paint within the program. And then I would do like a test paint in real life because there's obviously differences between the program and real life. And then I would see where it goes. Like you just see where it goes from there. I don't have a lot of answers too much, just simply because I'm very new at it still. I didn't go to school for art. I went to school for rocks. I went to school for geology. So all of my knowledge, everything that I went to school for is actually in California, in Southern California geology, and. Southern California geology, and I guess you could probably say they had us do a kind of a focus on earthquakes. So that's kind of my area. So a lot of this art, I do have an associate's in art, but that's just drawing like cups and objects and naked people. That they have you do.
Patty does say geology rocks, which it does.
Yes, Patty's my geology co-star. She was there with me through the entire journey. Patty's from my graduating class. Everybody say hello to Patty. She's amazing. She's an icon. She helped me out with all my math because, as you know, us artists are not good with math whatsoever.
It's our natural enemy.
Especially when it comes to physics.
It's our natural.
Definitely.
It's our natural predator. It hunts us.
Very, very natural predator. But shout out to Patty for helping me through life.
Patty, you rock.
She does rock. She rocks like obsidian.
Yeah, there we go. That's actually really cool.
She actually has a huge chunk of obsidian from our geology summer field trip. We pulled it up out of the ground and we broke it, and we each have like a piece. You'd be surprised what you can find over in California. California has the best. California, believe it or not, if you guys don't know, Southern California has, I believe it does have the most unique geology on like the face of the planet. It's the most.
It's
like,
cool.
We have volcanism, we have earthquakes, we have tectonic plate boundaries. That's still off subject. Okay, so so Baryonyx, that's something right there. I can show you guys the work in progress of the Suchomimus. Whenever I think of the Suchomimus, the Sucho, I always think of Greece when Chacha is like, "How you doing, Sucho baby?" So that's why I always tell this guy whenever I open up the file.
I always hear that one line from Jurassic 3, Suchomimus, snout.
Suchomimus, snout. I love it. Yeah, the Suchomimus. This is probably going to be my biggest figure yet because he's about 24 inches, I believe. So all my figures that I like to do them in 1/18 scale, or as a lot of people like to call that, like Mattel scale or whatever you may. But that's a majority of what toys are made in, and they're compatible with. So he's going to be a big boy. And I don't have a price or anything on him just yet, so it's a lot of. Maybe I could show something.
Are you gonna give him
A
a
little
sneak?
more.
You gonna give him a sneak peek?
Should I give him sneak peeks?
Okay.
Should I?
Good.
What do we got?
Oh, give him the sneak peek. Give him
I'm trying to think.
a little sneak peek, bro.
Oh, I could show. Oh, yeah, I'll show you guys some cinema collection stuff that I have like prepared for the future. And this will probably be like maybe a couple years from now, but I want to get them done in advance. I do have to do edits. So this one is my favorite. By the way, my favorite dinosaur from the Jurassic Park franchise, and it is valid. I absolutely love the Herrerasaurus. I made this model.
Vibe.
Amazing, and I made this. This guy's definitely gonna need to go through edits now because he's still a bit cartoony. But yeah, this guy, the Herrerasaurus, is an all-time favorite, and I love the hands. I love the whole face on him. So that's definitely one that will come in the future. This is one that I do want Jurassic officiated. I do want like Universal and Jurassic officiated because I want this figure to be able to be mass-produced. As well as this one might need more edits, but this is more of a rough interpretation. This was the Troodon, and I made him a little more skeleton-y.
I love them.
He's
Okay, that's my favorite one.
He's more improvised, so he's because there's only so much that you can get from the game, and I think I will probably do a little bit of. I will do adjustments on it because the game is obviously like the game models are like in like 144p. Like there's not much, you can't get much detail from them. But this is definitely one that I am a fan of. And then another one is this bad boy right here, which is this monster.
Show your monstrous menagerie.
I'm waiting for this. I don't know when I'll be able to, but gosh, it takes forever to load. I like to inform everybody I do this on a Mac.
Oh my god, you got the Tylosaurus? I didn't see this one.
This is the Tylosaurus, and this is him in his original.
Oh my god, that looks amazing.
And don't pay attention to my subtool section on the side here. It's because I'm doing a lot of edits on him, and I'm changing a lot of things on him.
He's looking great though. Like, man, he's looking. That was a great level.
Boy.
He's amazing though.
Well, don't worry about the detail because that detail is literally going to be obliterated because I have two different models because I've revised the guy several times.
Makes sense.
I like the fins on this model because that's how the fins were displayed in the game. So I better I got to extract the fins from that one. But the facial structure was off. Was like one of these ones, and I have it. I think it was this one. There you go. That's like the face from the game. And the thing is, the reason I haven't made this guy released him also is because I want this one also to be Jurassic official, and also he's like. He's 1/18 scale, so this guy is long. This guy is absolutely gargantuan. He'd be a huge figure.
He's a behemoth. Look at him.
He's an absolute behemoth. So there's no way I'd be able to 3D print this guy and just sell them off the bat like that. It's just not going to happen.
Dude, I can't wait for that. Also, I think I finished my little Ankyloranodon.
Yes! Oh my god. Okay, so that's the focus right now. Oh, do we already have people? Yes. Okay, so Arthur was able to add to the the Discord. Thank you for adding. It's gonna be fun.
Welcome.
It's gonna be a fun time. Very welcome.
Yo, let me see. And
hopefully you're able to see that what Ryan was able to put into the inspiration.
Yeah, it's in the inspiration board, Arthur. If you're still here.
So that is very, very helpful. And Ryan and I will continuously put things in there so that of what we just personally find as inspiration.
Or helpful.
But feel free to also put things in there that you find as to be a little bit helpful. But if you find things that are inspirational, go ahead and drop them in there as well. It's just supposed to be kind of an area where, if some of us are feeling a little bit, like we need inspiration, we just need a little bit uplift from the community. We can kind of go there to kind of fuel ourselves a little bit,
Yeah. It is a vibe.
Aside from that, your Ankyloranodon is just absolutely epic. That is beautiful.
Thank you.
Absolutely, absolutely beautiful.
I really like how it came out.
God, that's gorgeous. I want that as like a phone background.
I gave like the cool thing is though is like since I pulled from his palette like all the another thing is like having what's the word I'm looking for, having a conservation of color too, you know, like having a good palette so you're not like your design choices are within that same palette. I just pulled like the primary colors from here and everything else is just, you know, the shadows are in that and living there. Like you do that, or if you
Yeah.
really want to make them clash, you make the shadow like the blue, you know,
Hmm.
so it brings out the yellow. Yeah, but I really just kind of like that, you know.
I really, really like it. It is absolutely beautiful, and you better be posting this.
I am going to be posting this. Thank you. It came out really nice. Okay, so I'm going to be doing some poses of him now. Because I always like to just kind of spice it up and not just do the design.
Spice up your life.
Spice up your life. So I'm going to combine these.
Man, we streamed late. We were gonna go to like 7:30. It's now 8:05.
It'd be like that though.
We will have to stop at some point because the thing is, Ryan and I will we will be on Discord until 1 in the morning.
This
and
is true.
That's obviously, if we're trying to set a good example for all of you, we recognize that is not healthy.
Yep.
We can't be doing that.
Don't do
So we
that.
will get off probably at like, do you want to see like get off at like 8:30 in about 30 minutes or so?
Yeah, that's fine. That's enough for me to play around and do some cool things.
Yes, because we need to set good examples for you guys too, and
for each other. Like, hold us accountable as artists. Is like we got to be good to each other and watching out for each other. Art and good artists. It's all about community and positivity.
yes, it is.
Let's be rad to each other and do rad things together.
We're gonna have fun. Besides, this won't also be the only stream.
I know.
We're gonna do.
We
haven't even talked about when we were gonna next stream.
Oh no! Like I'm saying, you want to do this next Tuesday? Keep it kind of a regular thing.
Yeah, definitely. But next stream, everybody, next Tuesday at 5 p.m. as well.
I'm down. And should we give them a little insight of what we plan to do? We're actually we want to do and go through the whole of the.
I was waiting for you to finish.
Oh no, we're going to be doing the whole chaos effect because we kind of want to get to the. Would it be? It wouldn't be a spoiler, would it? Or would it be a spoiler? Should we keep the?
Well, I think there's just so much that we want to do. there's so much. We do want to end up doing like the like the bust of like we want to do like bust of like the Ultimasaurus.
Yeah,
and
that's
like
what I was going to say. Yep.
We want to do a lot, and also for those of you who follow me out there, do not expect any of these to become figures. With the exception of Ryan's, because Ryan's Ankyloranodon is actually really good. So that's definitely
Yours is rad too.
Ryan already knows. No, mine looks like a.
No, sir,
yeah.
sir is lovely. I like that. It's very nice.
Well, he needs a little bit of love, but
Patty's taking off.
Well, huh?
Patty's taking off.
Oh, okay. Bye, Patty.
Take it easy, Patty. Nice meeting you.
I'm literally gonna text her in like 5 minutes.
Arthur, yes, we did have a water break. Actually, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to go to the restroom and I'll be right back.
Okay. Okay. I will stay here. I will try to keep on the chat.
Okay.
Try to keep them entertained a little bit. Oh, and everybody, I am going to be as well as I'm going to be. I just started getting all my streaming stuff together too, so I will be doing Jurassic Justin streams on YouTube, and I don't know if I'm gonna be streaming them through Twitch and then to YouTube, because I do have a YouTube and I haven't uploaded anything on yet, and I have a lot of videos that I'm working on because I do have a lot of projects in secret that I want to be able to get content out there, and that's not necessarily like the retro revival or it's not necessarily the retro revival or like the cinema collection, but I do have like ones that are like scientifically up to date. I don't like using the word accurate because nothing is really accurate and we're always changing things. So sort of up to date dinosaurs, like I'm working on like a Spinosaurus, because that's super fun. Who doesn't love Spinosaurus? But also I do have like a couple of other things I'm working on with some people that I would like to post. A couple different collaborations that I'll probably be posting there as well. So there will be like kind of videos Then will be that will start popping up from time to time. And the purpose of that basically is to just sort of engage with the community and as well as give you guys something to. I don't know about you guys, but when I like to draw, I like to have other artists' videos playing in the background. So I feel like I'm kind of working, with others, with other people. So I'm not really alone while doing my stuff. And so hopefully that will be able to provide some sense of like, creativity, like mutual creativity, parallel creativity that you can be, working with others as well, working with us. And Ryan will be joining in on those too. We have a lot of plans for the future and everything like that. But we really thought that, we would just like to start taking initiative of being involved in the paleo art community. Because it's a fun time. There's a lot of fun stuff that we want to do. And definitely, if you get the chance to make sure you join the Discord link in there. Remember, it's still a work in progress. There's still a lot of things I want to do, but we do want to have like different safe spaces for all of your art and what all of you like to do, and to be able to share your work, so we can all have that the mutual inspiration and mutual support among everybody. Or at the same realize don't you know what it's just drawing animals. Just don't overthink it. It's really fun. It doesn't hurt to like challenge yourself. Like, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I am not used to sculpting people. I did have to sculpt people for the retro revivals for like the Alan Grant, the Ellie, and all of that. And I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. That was quite a trip, because that was definitely not something that I expected I was going to be able to have to learn how to do. Same thing with vehicles. I didn't know how to do vehicles, and I had to teach myself that. It's just it's just jumping. Sometimes it's just jumping in there, and like a lot of aspects in your life, whether that be like learning a new topic or even public speaking, which is sometimes terrifying. Oh, so I want to ask you: are you still going to dimension on being the first? Okay, yes, I do. And I do want to be able to follow in the lineage. I know it sounds really, really awkward to say I'll be releasing a Dimetrodon again, but it's only because it won't be the only one being released at the time. I'm hoping to release 5, which I've been calling the Power 5 recently, which would be like the Dimetrodon, the Dilophosaurus, the Coelophysis, the Pteranodon, and the Velociraptor. So the purpose of those is to be really, because it just seems like they need to all go at once. I would feel bad if they would just be like one Dimetrodon, one Dilophosaurus. Especially, it's just because I with even photo shoots, I want to show them all together, because they just belong together. They're just super fun that way.
That's pretty rad. I have also returned.
Yes, fantastic. I've been improvising.
You did? Oh, you put the teeth in! Oh, that's looking good.
Gotta put these bad boys in there. I love the gums of the toy. So so Ryan and I will have these discussions about different aspects of creature art that we really, really like, and like some things are like, it sounds really, really weird. Dinosaur feet are really cool, and not in the fetish kind of way. It's just, which is we want to specify, but dinosaur, like just the way that the scales will overlap on each other, and like, or the positioning of like, they're just, I think what it represents is the power of the animal.
Yeah.
And the movement and the dynamic of potential energy that the animal could exert, and there's something so amazing about that, because that's basically in every aspect of a that's in every aspect of character design. It's of what the animal can do.
Yes.
And sometimes like I like the feet of an animal are cool. Honestly, the teeth of an animal, I really like exposed gum line, and I also like teeth that are not like I know the Indoraptor and Indominus have this, and I talked to Ryan about this once. I'm not a big fan of all the raggedy teeth just jutting out of a skull. I actually really like the clean gum line and like exposed like from out under the lip. There's just something so terrifying about it.
We both like lips on theropods, which again is accurate to what they have. Because again, it makes sense though. You're going to be wanting to take care of your teeth. I don't want them all drying out in the air.
With the exception of like. Brian and I have had a discussion about this on Spinosaurs, and we don't necessarily think, even though it's fun to think about Spinosaurs having lips, we don't think that they are a particular genus that probably had lips.
They're living a
It
lot
doesn't
in water.
seem-
I think it's more like those dolphins where they got
Yeah.
like a hard lip at the back and then goes to like maybe the teeth protruding at the front.
Yeah, so maybe you're right. Like, so we kind of think it's like it definitely is probably like a half and half thing. It wouldn't necessarily be called like a lip, is like what you and I will
Of
probably
course, yeah.
understand it as. But it is there may be a covering towards the back of the jaw to be able to protect particular muscle that's obviously used in bite force when having to be able to perform hunting in the water. Where there's going to be a lot of drag, you're going to want a lot of that. You got a lot of muscle, and you want a lot of that protected. But we don't think that the front of the mouth is going to have a lot of lip because, well, lips do cause drag in water.
They do.
And if these things are going to be hunting fish,
Then you
yeah. Although I will put lips on the Suchomimus and baryonyx because those are supposed to be more related to the Jurassic Park Spinosaurus, which did have lips. But if I was to do an accurate render like I'm doing with the Spinosaurus for the YouTube channel, I will not be including lips on that because it just doesn't seem.
unless new data comes out, this is they definitely did.
Yeah, which there's going to be new data that's going to come out. That's just unavoidable. That just happens with science. It just happens with understanding the biophysics and biomechanics of understanding an animal, especially if it's prehistoric, where it's going to come out a little bit slower because obviously the animal's freaking dead. So the everything is going to come out a little bit at a delayed pace. But there will be more information that comes out in the future. And as a paleo artist and scientific illustrator, you just need to roll with it. You just gotta be okay with it and be like, okay, that's awesome. You can't really be you can't really be like, oh well, I preferred it this way. Well, life didn't agree with you, so you just got to be excited about
knowing more.
Because
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Because every little thing that did come out, every little scientific discovery that came out regarding like paleo art and interpretation, somebody put passion into. Somebody was passionate about it and they uncovered something that changed everything. And so we have to really embrace like what these individuals did and be excited for them and be excited about it,
and be excited to learn more. Again, like it's not so much you're losing something but gaining something, and that's all it is. You're understanding more of the individual, the animal, and it's really rad, and I get to live in a time where we get to learn more about these things, and it's all about appreciation. Me and Justin really are big, we're both nature, appreciators, enjoyers. We love, the world we live in, and we deeply care about animals and the environment, and again, that just stems from our love of paleontology, and that grew a love of like what we have today.
Exactly, and we've talked about this before in different future topics. One thing we will talk about, I'm not going to expand on it because we want to be able to use it as a different topic, but we do want to touch base on paleopositivity, which is sort of the acceptance of different people's interpretations of animals and different people's art and styles of art, and we want to be able to be mindful and appreciative that these are all that individuals do have different interpretations of what an animal looks like or their style of animal. And we understand that the paleo community and Jurassic community has become very divided lately, and especially because there's new generations coming out with different interests in how they perceive and take in and digest paleontology and information. And the big takeaway from that within our paleo positivity that we really we will touch base on in the future is definitely being okay with information, but also being accepting of the art that came before it.
Yes.
We want to be able to acknowledge that paleo art, even though this stuff is not, even though like old renders are not considered to be scientifically up to date, every paleo art that came out ever since like the Bone Wars back in like the late 1800s, every interpretation is a marker, is a cornerstone in how we as humans understand and perceive prehistoric life, or basically an ecosystem and world that came before us, and how that mentality has changed throughout time, and how those images and those depictions reflect the growth of science and the science community and innovations of science and how we're able to get to where we are today. So we don't want to we want to avoid judging renders that came in the past, like, oh well, we can't use it anymore, oh, this is really bad. Well, it's not bad, but it was something that was perceived at the time to be somewhat accurate,
exactly,
based on the information and technology available. And yeah, exactly. And we want to be
as artists, we want to be very, very mindful of that and respectful of that.
Exactly, and it's also
it's important.
It is. It's very important. I think that's the thing. It's just paleo art history. That's what we're trying to do. Appreciate the paleo art history, because it is also an art form into itself.
Yes.
Also, check this out. I got him T-posing.
I love it. But I love how you got the talon there on the wing. That's really important. Oh, and another and to the paleo art history, as Ryan just said, the reason we want to be respectful is because we do need to acknowledge that what we do, the paleo art itself, is very, very unique in its own, to where I believe that personally, I think that we are the only community and the only genre, or the only genre-like topics of art that that basically merge like real life, because dinosaurs, prehistoric animals did exist, with art, because because there's not necessarily, you can draw like in different like and you can draw like what a virus looks like you can draw like you can draw these different things, but dinosaurs is something to where you can put your own, prehistoric, you can put your own heart into it, your own style into it, and your own passion, your own creativity, and it's not necessarily something that somebody could say, well, that's not real, because paleontology is very, very, very interpretive. The same thing, and you're learning new things every day about it. There's always new speculation, there's always new information coming out. So it's a very interesting community that we are able to have a passion for and illustrate it, and be able to show the world possibly what things may have looked like. So it's very important that we don't create a negative atmosphere towards something that is really very, very, very unique, that you can't really find in any other art form.
Exactly.
And so we want to be able to have respect for other artists to be able to do, for what they do, no matter the style, even if their things are a little bit crazy. Well, you know what? We love it anyway, because they put artwork, they put work into it. They put a little bit, skill into it. It's just the concept of being mindful. We just want to be a little bit mindful and acknowledge just certain aspects.
Exactly. Couldn't say it better. It's just literally, again, to what you just said, we want to appreciate what had come before, but also get people inspired, getting them to discover something of those old in the new. Like, you might find a paleo artist that, like, you weren't even aware of, that, they may have been severely outdated, but, like, they did something so beautiful with the art aspect of it that you want to implement in yours, and that's completely valid.
Yes, exactly. And their art was something perceived at the time was probably accurate, very, very accurate, and probably a beautiful representation of something.
Exactly, because paleo is also the art.
It really is. Also, I was gonna say, to probably not shade so much on people who have a preference between paleo art and Jurassic art.
Yeah.
And this is a strong point that I want to do. The reason a lot of people will probably stick to drawing inaccurate animals or inaccurate art is because of nostalgia. So Ryan and I, we do like, as much as we do love paleo art and we love scientifically up to date renders, because we do, they're very, very beautiful, because it's just, there's a lot of awe-inspiring things, about possibly the natural world of things. However, we did get started on Jurassic Park, and so for us to be able to draw things that look a bit more inaccurate or more Jurassic Park themed, it's because that is part of that, stems down to the passion that we had as kids that made us into the artists that we are today, that pushed us and empowered us and inspired us to be at our, to achieve the skill that we wanted to be where we wanted it to be at today, our goals, our dreams and aspirations. It's all part of it. So the reason we do that is because a lot of people out there do that is because it's nostalgic. It comes from, their core. So it's one thing to to just be mindful of that too. And and if you feel that way as well, to also embrace it. If you love Jurassic Park style dinosaurs, well, you know what? Power to you, because you're not the only one. A lot of people out there like that. I like that. I like drawing my dinosaurs that way, with intended purpose. But just embrace that, because that is a genre of creativity that has inspired people to be where they are today. It has inspired actual paleontologists out there, paleobotanists, geologists, whatever science major it probably could be. It has inspired people, so embrace it.
Exactly. Yeah. It's all within good fun.
Yes.
Dude, I got this kind of like cool 3-point perspective one of like him walking.
See, this is the amazing thing about Ryan's art, guys. Is he can just pump all these stuff out in like 10 seconds. This is also really good. That's really good in business. He's able to work really, really, really fast.
You think I work? That's the thing. Like he says, I work fast, but I'm always so like, oh, I'm so slow.
But that's the thing. That's where we have to recognize that it's not. We can't be self-deprecating that way. It's very easy to just jump into something like that.
This is true.
But everybody, how does Ryan do his stuff really fast? It's because he jumps right into it and he starts it, and that's taken what? Years of practice. It's taken a while. But he's gotten to that point to where he feels comfortable letting himself just go for it, be free, and he produces magic.
Thank you. You're magic.
We're all magic here.
We are.
You believe in magic. Okay, there's this bad boy with his
Ooh, he looks so aggro. I love him. He's just like this big edgy boy.
I mean, you would assume he'd be really angry.
I know, but like,
I'm not supposed to exist.
I'm not
I have a club for a tail.
It's like this weighs me down. I can't even fly that far. Like, which pretty much would make sense.
The Wikipedia site, or the Jurassic Wiki, it said on like the amount of tons that this guy weighs was like 26 tons.
26 tons.
Like,
What?
There's no way he weighs 26 tons.
No.
It was like he was like 26 feet long, which made no sense to me because honestly, I think this guy would be like the size of like a panther. But the way it said he was like 26 tons, I'm like, this guy is not 26 tons. Like a T-Rex isn't even 26 tons.
That's insane.
How is it? It was like a flying bust, and I'm like, no.
No.
Something must be wrong here. I don't think so.
Something has survived. I keep doing the meme.
Crack myself up. It's too much.
I
Too
do.
much.
I
Okay,
do.
I'm gonna go ahead and paint these eyes a little bit, just so I can get a little bit of color into them.
You do that, sir.
Oops, not jelly bean. Go to toy plastic.
Mind giving my dude a little look-see to see if I'm like he looks pretty consistent.
Make kind of darker.
My good sir, Justin, and thank you, Arthur. You are a wizard too. We're all wizards.
We're all wizards.
But no, Justin, can you give my can you check in? Give my little doodle look real quick. I just want your advice.
Oh yeah, one sec. Right there. I am just
Oh my god, that looks good. Yeah.
I just got, oh crap! It did a thing. One sec. I'm just getting the eyes a little bit of pizzazz here. I just want to make it so that they don't look so dead.
You know, I don't know this person. I know their artwork, well, obviously. Like, but are you familiar with a person by the name of Tapwing?
I don't think so.
He's like the artist for The Isle.
Couldn't know their art. Then I did they do the ZBrush stuff or the
They're like the sketches, like where they're like really dynamic moving.
Oh, I think I have some of those saved. See, that's the thing. That's everybody. I will not know the name of the artist, but I will know the art.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it wasn't as 3-point as I wanted, but like it's still a pretty good pose. Mm-hmm.
Okay, that looks a little bit. Those eyes look better.
Yeah, Tapwing, I really enjoy their like very dynamic motion of their characters. They look really cool. Like I said, there's like in getting to what we're talking about, there's like there's gonna be like quote unquote like yeah, cool, exactly. There's like, you know, quote unquote awesome bro art, which I get it if like you're only, you know, and it's fine. Like I think it's like you're not, you know, being, you know, toxic and decrying like scientifically accurate art as like somehow making them less cool. Then you're fine. I'm just saying is like I don't mind having like the super, energetic, dynamic, like action-y poses, because you see that in wildlife art. Like if you see it, like, was it, I forget, Walt something. He does like these beautiful paintings of like big cats, and they're like these most dynamic poses of them, like squaring up to like crocodiles or like jumping on like antelope and whatnot. And they look beautiful. But I do, for me, what I try to do more now is I want to have a balance of like, yeah, I can have like a scene of like Tyrannosaurs, like, hunting like an Edmontosaurus and like taking it down. But I also want to draw my T-Rexes just, rolling in mud, being, cute, with being cute, giant puppy dogs,
Yeah, because that's true. They probably did do something like that.
Yeah, but the thing is just like them being animals. Like I like to draw them being dumb and being silly and being goofy. Like that's fine.
Being
like
real.
Exactly. You see elephants be goofy, like they just play in the mud and then just roll over and then like spray each other. It's cute. Like they're not always just like crashing into each other on the savannah. But that's the thing. It's like there's. It goes back to the same thing with world building. What is the intent of the piece you're trying to build?
Yeah, 100%. 100%, definitely.
Yeah, he looks pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, he looks pretty rad.
Dude, I love it so much. It looks so good. I think I'll tell guys. I tell this to Ryan all the time, but he makes really, really, really good aerial animal renders. They're just so it just has a talent for making like really, really good like things that could fly. Very, very good at portraying aerodynamics, and super, super fun to look at and watch.
Oh, let me pull up one of my pterosaurs.
Yes.
You know what lives rent free in my brain sometimes, Justin?
What?
The color palette from the movie Brother Bear.
Gosh, that movie's so good.
It's so beautiful. Have you seen just the background paints are so beautiful. It's gorgeous.
Did Phil Collins do that?
Yes,
did Phil Collins use that one?
He did.
Of course he did. Because he has to go hard on everything that he does.
He really does. He really does. Where did you go?
Yeah, Phil Collins just goes hardcore.
Yeah, this one. I did this as a portfolio piece.
Yes.
Yeah. When I go full tilt, quote unquote, because I like having versatility of style. I can do the more ink and graphic kind of comic booky things, but I also like doing these kinds of vintage, painterly kind of things.
I like it. I love that one. Also my favorite.
It's great.
It has music with it. You just there's music playing with it, in the background in your head. You just.
Oh yeah, it's the song "Flying Things" from the. What was it from the?
I was thinking How to Train Your Dragon.
I was going to say that, but it was also from the dinosaurs. The 1992 one. I had the soundtrack.
Oh yes, definitely.
Oh, thank you, Arthur. He said that both of our art looks so yummy. Eating it entirely. Yes, this is from my portfolio.
This has been a really fun live stream.
This has been amazing. It's
been great.
You know, it's funny though. It's the crazy things like you were talking about, the things that you were most proud of, right? Mm-hmm. Like this piece is so good, but the thing I'm most proud of, the thing I'm really proud of about this piece is not so much the rendering. It's this right here. I got the dang veins on the pterosaur, on his wing membrane.
Yes.
I loved it, and it was so simple. I just did light contrast, but to make it look like there was a light hitting the end of the wing, going into the because it's being heated by the sun, and going towards the interior of the wing.
It's the little details like that really bring it to life.
Oh, it made me so happy. It was just yes.
See, everybody, when you do things like that, little things that really make it pop, and you're proud of yourself for it, give yourself a pat on the back, because what you're doing is you are recognizing that there has been growth. It's happening, and you're slaying. Yes,
exactly. There's also this one, which is more my character pieces. There's two I'll show. I did an environment. This is from my BFA portfolio for my college, but it came out pretty good. So I did this, which is one of my OCs, but he's in Antarctica. This is fun, like really learning how to do the colors, you know?
I like the warm colors. The warm colors are so good.
We have reflecting off glaciers, though. That was the fun part. And then having a reflection of the glacier, of the water of the glacier hitting it. You know, that was cool.
Yes. Yes.
And, like, this wasn't even, like, detail. I didn't really draw him. It was just color shapes. And I just kind of like, when you learn how to draw with a lasso, it's the best feeling, you know?
You just go for it, and then it just starts to come in.
Yeah. And then this was, this is kind of more rough. There's a lot more, like, line work, but I just liked a lot of the feeling that I was going for here. There's a lot of things I still would like to change about this, but, like, I learned a lot in this piece.
I like it's usually the colors. It's usually the colors that can really tie everything together.
This is a
like
green,
the greens and blues in there.
This is a green dominant piece. This is more like a orange, kind of dominant. This is more like, there's an orange there, but I would say it's more of a cool blue, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, did you, Thank you. Yeah, I do want to go back to that, like, cyberpunk kind of looking thing, or more solar punk, actually. It's like, green future. Oh, Justin, did you get a chance to look at my Ankyloranodon?
1 sec. Yes, I saw that, and it's so much fun.
Thank you.
It's so good. It's so good.
So I want to make sure the pose look right. Did it look good? I need your artist eyes.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
My artist eyes. And I made a weird looking.
No, that looks great.
Man.
My God, look at yours.
My bad boy. He's like,
He looks so, it looks so hardcore though. Like, I would actually, if you cast that in metal, I'd wear that as a necklace or a pendant.
oh my gosh.
Have you ever bought one of those though? Like, see those. There's this one dude who makes like cast iron and bronze like dinosaur skulls you could wear as necklaces.
That's insane. That's a whole different level.
It's pretty cool.
That's a whole different talent right there.
Some iron casting.
I like watching people make like things that are not. I mean, I just like watching people make dinosaur art in various mediums. You know.
Yes, indeed. Let me see if I can pull something else. I could show them the dialogue I was working on.
Yes. Oh yes. Go and show that.
I'm gonna show them Jurassic Park dialogue. Oh, you want to see it flying? I'm gonna draw flying if you want to see it. Love your dynamic posing. It's making me. Aw, thank you, Arthur. You're pretty rad, dude. Thank you. Justin, you're also getting compliments too. Like, you're one of the best freelancing people. They see.
Wait, what? I'm not seeing. Whoever says something that's so nice of you. I'm just adjusted.
It's not even joking. Like, have you seen Justin? Like, do you want to show them like your drawings?
What drawings?
Your drawings. You know your drawings. You're like, pull out the Dimetrodon drawing before you even sculpted the thing.
I don't know where those are at. I mean, I don't know where those are at.
You know where those
the Dimetrodon drawing?
Yeah,
I don't remember doing it.
For the digital illustration, like the painted pieces.
The painted piece. I honestly don't. I mean, 100% honestly, I have no idea where anything is at on my computer.
No worries.
I literally don't, because I was trying to rearrange everything and put everything on an external hard drive, because I do everything on a Mac, so there's only so much that my computer can handle before it pretty much explodes.
I gotta do that too before my thing completely dies. Oh my God, I would cry so hard.
Like, I can barely play Minecraft on here. Like, I struggle.
For real,
I struggle playing Minecraft, and I need to play Minecraft.
Oh, we had some.
I'm trying to get a PC, because the thing is, I can't really actually, like, I can't do hardcore or even normal when I'm and fight skeletons and creepers
Oh wait, do you want to?
when I'm actually scrolling through everything.
Wait.
You said?
Do you want to show them the Minecraft?
Oh, the Enderman?
Yeah. Do you want to?
I think I showed people the Enderman on Instagram. Yeah, I could. 1 second.
I want to see those Endermen, man. It's so cool.
Let me go ahead and.
I know this is because you talked a lot about Paleo, but like I think showing a little smidge of like you also are a really good creature and character designer too. Let's not forget that, sir.
I am all over the place. I can show. Yeah, let me see what I can show them. I can show them. Here's some stuff. I'm still streaming. So yeah, this is an Enderman.
Yeah, look at that Enderman! Oh, so cool.
For a series.
It's terrifying. Look at it.
I want to be able to make all the Minecraft characters and use them as and put them in like YouTube videos, like something that is not Jurassic Justin. You know, something that is like just. I do have one that's like I think I'm starting another channel too. It's like just called like Caldera Creations or something.
Oh, Caldera Creatures, bro.
But
Caldera Creatures.
Caldera Creatures, yeah, something like that. But yes, I was working on this guy, and he's obviously not close to being done at all whatsoever. He's got to have
it's so cool though, man. Look at it.
And he's going to be an action figure too. Like I'm not going to sell them because they're more or less as a personal practice for me to be able to be a better artist. But I do want to give this guy like he's going to have like a H.R. Geiger style like biomechanical armor because I'm a big fan of like retro gaming now and like the origin the rumored origins of like the Minecraft universe or just kind of the lore. So that's what I'm doing right there. And then I have what else here do I have here that's not dinosaurs? Gosh darn it, I have a lot of things. I don't know if I'll. There's a lot. There's absolutely a lot.
I'm gonna get this guy. I'm gonna get this guy in a good flight.
Get him in some flight. Get him in that running flight right before they take off.
Oh, you talking about like the quad launch?
Yes.
Okay.
I absolutely love that.
I'm gonna do a quad launch then.
I also have Fred the Dinosaur Man's Carnotaurus.
Ooh, are you gonna show them? I thought that was secret.
I don't think I'm gonna show that. I don't want people to think that's a figure that's gonna be produced. It's more just for Fred.
Okay.
Or Fredster. Let's see here.
Also, I would say this: when you are practicing your art, identify what you're what you're weak at. Not like in a sense like anything bad. Like what what you could improve on, like what you need to work on, and embrace it. Like again, for example, as much as I've been drawing, there's still a lot of things I need. Still. I want to be able to draw more dynamic figures and like very. I like doing weird angles. I really find that interesting, and that goes for any character. Like I'd like to draw them in weird, dynamic poses from like interesting camera angles, like what you wouldn't expect. So like the head and super 3/4 view and the limbs thrown out, like or something. And I mean having to learn how to draw the human or creature, whatever, just a bunch of anatomy and different perspectives. Like I like exactly perspective slay, but then also having them interact with like their environment. That's a whole nother level. Right, Justin?
100%. We had a huge discussion on this too. It's definitely something. It's sometimes I think a lot of time a lot of arts like I know there's different types of art that I need to push myself on. I just don't because sometimes I'm too terrified.
No, I know that feeling.
But you need to, because you're only benefiting yourself. Even if you fail, you're still benefiting because you're learning. You're learning what not to do, and like that's just as good,
Art is failure. Failure is art, and all you got to do, like any good artist that you see, is just someone who has failed a lot.
Yes, 100%. They have failed just as much as everybody else, if not and more, because they're skilled and they kept going.
Yes.
Look at this bad boy. I don't have the osteoderms on his back. Do you think I could just add a brush for those? Actually, I'll just do them.
Aren't they? Isn't there a brush for that already?
No, I'm gonna be 100% honest with you. I made like a million brushes. I probably just have to find one. I have to find one that works. I don't know if I have one though. Go. Oh, I think I might be able to.
So I'm doing this dude in the quad launch.
Let's see here. It's aquatic osteoderm.
It's almost 9, bro.
I know.
We gotta call it soon.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put these osteoderms and maybe I'll do like a quick paint on it and then I'll be done.
Okay, I'm gonna do a quad launch sketch and then we'll do that. Yeah, we were having way too much fun. We got too silly.
Way too much fun. And I feel like we knew this was gonna happen.
I know, we know each other too well, but like, you know, you're pretty rad, bro. What can I say?
Too much fun. We're just happening. Just totally happening. Okay, I think this has how many rows of osteoderms are we looking at? I think it has 4. You can go ahead and just actually let's just
Okay, dude, my boy is hitting a super hard lean. Like he's about to do it. And actually, the thing is, learning. Animation is so fun because I'm taking animation class, well, the second animation, so I'm, like more intermediate, and then I'll go to advanced. But like, I already had a great kind of sense of that timing. Like, I could take this and like animate him, like doing an actual proper quad launch, probably.
Yes.
Oh my God! Look at him! He's adding texture.
These guys. No, let's go with something like that. And then we'll do a.
You know what? If the people want it, then they'll get it. I'll animate a quad launch. Well, Joshua Canupa started animating. He looks rad. Like, did you see his Carnotaurs?
For what?
Joshua Canupa, the artist. You know him? Joshua?
I don't know names.
The one I showed you, we had like the Beatles pose, but like there were like a bunch of Australopithecines.
Dang it, I don't even know.
No, like remember the artist that was taking like classic paintings and making them into like paleo pieces?
I don't remember. I told you my memory is horrible. I don't remember what I had for breakfast this morning.
What did you have for breakfast this morning? I'm kidding.
Bro, I just told you.
I want chilaquiles.
Oh, I had a breakfast sandwich. That's what I did.
But now I just want chilaquiles after talking about breakfast.
I want tacos.
Tacos are good.
I'll go pick you up. I'll go pick you up and like after we're done streaming, we'll go get tacos.
For real word, bro.
Like you think I'm playing, man? I want tacos.
I know you're not playing, but I'm saying you gotta come all the way down from LA to Long Beach.
It's not that far.
Hey.
I thought you were in Lakewood.
Yeah, it's true, but I'm like on the border of Lakewood and Long Beach.
Yeah, that's fine. I drive out there all the time anyway for good food.
Yeah.
In case you guys didn't notice, guys, there's good food in Southern California. There's good food.
It's pretty tasty out here.
Okay, this is good. Okay, you know what? I'm just gonna go with actually let me merge a couple more things, and then I'm gonna go painting this puppy.
All right, I think I got some good poses. And I would just take them and like, what are your favorite taco places, guys? What is your favorite taco place, Justin?
I don't actually know what it's called because I don't know what it's called because I think it's in Spanish. I don't know any of the my favorite taco places are called.
For shame, I'm saying no. I'm in the same boat, bro. My grandma roasts me constantly. It's like I'm Mexican. I can't speak Spanish. It's like, dang it, the constant roast.
That's that really is the struggle, guys. Some of us are Mexican descent, but we can't speak Spanish. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's a lot of it has to do with cultural assimilation and things like that. Because sometimes the areas that you live in weren't really friendly
Yeah.
to people of that culture. So they just kind of, we weren't taught it out of like basically just protection, and wasn't the best. Probably not, but it's not necessarily something that we were going to be able to change anyway.
I still want to learn Spanish at some point, but I agree.
I don't want Thai,
Thai,
so I can finally understand my understand the shows that I watch.
Nice. No, I was gonna say one of my favorite taco places, real quick, is a taco place called Tacos 1986.
Ooh, 1986.
They're
okay.
good. Oh, they're like mocha sauce on it. Delicious. There's also King Taco, which is a classic out here. You know?
No, that's no. I was told not to go there.
Oh, you were told not to go there. Really?
I was told not to go there.
Interesting. King Taco's good. Like, at least from what I've had so far. Like, it hasn't failed me yet.
That's interesting.
Have you had it though?
No, because I was told not to go there.
Oh wow. Okay. But there's also there's a place called in my neighborhood. Oh my god, what is the name? It's so good. The quesadillas are so fire. I can't forget. It's like somewhere near me, like going like east, and it's so good. Like the quesadillas are so delicious and so tasty. That's also another good like taco place or like Mexican food place. If I'm trying to be fancy and like go to like a fancy like Mexican cuisine dinner, like there's a place called Padres in downtown, which is like really tasty.
Oh, okay.
Like there. Oh.
I mean.
Well, no. I don't remember the place. And this was in San Diego when I was on vacation with my ex. But we had some fish tacos that were delicious. They were fresh caught. It was like swordfish tacos.
Wow.
That was so good, so tasty.
Swordfish tacos. That sounds violent and tasty.
But it was so buttery. It was like so amazing, and it was so good with lemon and salsa.
Ooh, with lemon? That's a whole different story. Now we're talking.
I know. Oh, so good, so good.
Okay, I'm gonna paint this puppy now. Actually, let me.
Yeah, that's good. Ernie's, I've heard of Ernie's actually. I heard it's really tasty. All right, I got my little boys in a pose. What do you think?
Let me see. Wow. I like them. It's that with the T-pose that kills me every time.
But that's like my favorite thing to do with my pterosaurs. Is like, why would you not?
I noticed.
Like if I was a giraffe-sized Asdarkid or flying reptile, and my arms can only open in so many ways, if I'm trying to ward off predators and I have a 30-foot wingspan, there's no way you're not gonna. How can I not T-pose?
Yeah, like you are sizing up.
But like it's just also so imposing and rad. I know it's like a paleo meme, but like, oh god, I love it so much. It's so cool. Like if I was, like my fantasy is to like if I did get reincarnated, I would like to go back in time and be in Haxagopteryx, so I could just be a giant, giraffe-sized like pterosaur with a jet fighter wing length, like just glide and soar and vibe out in the skies and then T-pose at things. And just yeah, I was saying just T-pose. Oh my gosh, that kills me. That's great though. My favorite paleo memes are where they put like the glowy eyes and put "be gone." T-posing.
I like the paleo memes of like the T-Rex like staring at the ring security footage.
Yeah. Oh my god! Here. Like I'm gonna do that.
Okay, I think this guy is. I think I'm pretty much like. I don't know what else I know there's a million things I could do, but it's just a...
Add some color real quick.
Yeah, oh yeah. You're right. And when you're right, you're right. Okay, I'm gonna add some...
We'll just call it at 9, officially this time, for real. We promise.
It's only 7 minutes, but okay. Okay, yeah, let me go and add some color, so I'm gonna go ahead and... I can do that actually really quickly, guys. Let me quickly save this so it doesn't explode on me. It does. I'm gonna add some yellows in there. E for paint. And then we'll go
Let's see if I can speed paint this in the time that you do that.
That's literally like overall what we're doing. Painting.
Speed painting, as much as it sounds intimidating, at least to me at first, it is so worth it.
It really is. It really be that
Because
way.
it helps you get fast.
It does.
Speed. Everyone like, oh god, that's also one thing. If any words you can like you can take from this is like, don't worry about speed. Speed comes later. Like everyone, I remember when I was like even starting, I was like, dude, you gotta be fast, so fast. It's like, yeah, true, but like, know what you're doing first before you get fast. Like that was the thing. You have good fundamentals. Speed will come later, I promise. And like, to be honest, like in the industry, speed is like, yeah, and cool, but like there's also like a lot more that will get you like more studio jobs in a way. Like I know friends who are like, yeah, you can be fast, but if your work's not good, and not that if you're not like cool, as in like just good to work with, you know, you can be fast, but you're a jerk, you're not gonna get work.
Yeah, 100%.
So you know, be kind.
At some point when you start beginning to sculpt too fast, or doing like a render or something way too fast, it just becomes messy.
Yeah.
You can tell. You can really tell when something becomes messy.
And, you know, you lose kind of the enjoyment. And like, of course, have a good pace. It's like, you know, having a good pace in a marathon run. You know, yeah, you want to finish, but finish good.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh, real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Arthur, I did not forget about your question many hours ago. It just came back to my brain. I apologize for not answering it sooner. Justin, share with these fine folk, and I will do the same. What is some of your favorite music to listen to while you doodle?
Oh my gosh. So I listen to a lot of punk. I just like a lot of, and I mean, yeah, I like Green Day and Blink-182, but I mean like Zebrahead,
Ooh, nice.
No Effects, Patent Pending, a lot of the, Patent Pending's more pop punk, but I like a lot of upbeat and like just a really upbeat and a lot of like loud. So that's what I'll listen to. That's what gets me into the zone.
Nice.
What about you? What about you, RJ?
I listen to a lot of like drum and bass music. A lot of like, you know, especially like late 90s drum and bass going into like 2000s. Ah, so good.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, you know, a lot of techno jungle. And what about you fine folks? You know, to kind of ask you, put the ball in your court, what kind of music do you listen to when you're doing creative things, if you draw or whatever? What's some of your favorite genres? Share with us.
Yeah, we actually really want to know.
I want to know.
I do too.
I want to know. Can you show me?
I want to know what the strangers like.
Phil Collins.
Phil Collins is an icon.
He, again, truly a saint. I love just adding like a little bit of color. Look at that. Oh, such a difference. I gave him the red eyes. Look at the meme eyes.
Oh, I still have to add the eyes in this guy too. Oh, I apologize. I gotta get. Oh, this guy has the dark. This guy's that dark pink or whatever this eye.
I like that acid yellow he's got. Hmm?
Yeah.
Dude, this is such a great idea.
What?
Yeah, what suggesting this?
Wait, suggesting what? I'm confused.
No, like the stream, my good friend.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. My brain is just not. I had coffee, but my brain is just not online.
Yeah,
but this was definitely fun. I definitely wanted to do this because I feel like it would give me an opportunity, or give both of us an opportunity, to just do exactly what we preach, where it's like starting a design and being creative, but also just reaching out to the community, because that's also what we wanted to do. Everybody, we wanted it to be a little bit more. We did want to be interactive. It's just we feel like we need to be. We feel like there's a lot of people out there who are in our positions
you know, especially kids now that the Jurassic movies are basically kind of over. We don't want anybody to also feel kind of lost. We want all of you to feel like there's still a community out there who still wants to see your art, even though the hype is I really doubt that it's going to die down because, well, Jurassic really is forever. But in the midst of all the chaos that kind of came out of all of it, we want you to still at least have a sort of a safe space that you guys can come to at any time.
At any time. Oh, real quick though, to add on to that, Drew said, honestly, I listen to everything, and I listen to like heavy metal, rap, hip hop, punk, pop. I won't say anything, and Arthur said same. Those are valid and really rad. I listen to quite the menagerie of music as well.
Menagerie. It's one of my favorite words.
It is. But yes, you know, safe space. Be creative. Do cool things. Make great things. You know, we're on that Mr. Rogers energy right now.
Really are.
Icon.
Is it Mr. Rogers energy or would it be Bob Ross?
Well, you know, Bob Ross and if like Robert Balker like combined.
Okay, this thing is now the colors are starting to come together.
Ooh, dude, looking so lavish. Look at that.
He's looking juicy. He's looking juicy.
He's looking good.
We gotta go this here.
Pterosaurs are
Looks like
outside.
it continues. Boy, like that.
Yeah. Justin, you are quite an amazing artist.
Thank you. I think you are an amazing artist too.
Thank you, good sir.
We gotta have definitely more stream sessions.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, this is just one of many.
This is so much fun.
This is so cool.
This is also the benefit of this too. Is it's a great way of being social without everybody. This is a great way of being social without having to go out and spend money.
Yeah, exactly. I am
Because
quite.
to be social is expensive.
I am quite broke right now.
Gosh, aren't we all in this?
I know.
thing?
Ooh, what I was just saying, real quick.
Mhm.
It's looking good. Oh my god! I just saw. Yeah, I love the kind of lightning bolt effect you did with the crest.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it looks like it has it like on the original toy or something like that.
Yeah, no, it does. See, I wanted to do that, but like I felt like it'd be much more of a cool artistic taste if I just kind of left that to the eye and the snout like that, and then had the same beak material be referenced in the crest. You know?
Yeah, that makes sense. I get that too. Let's see if I can add a little bit of. We can lighten it up a little bit here, and we'll just do some confining.
Nice.
Oops.
I'm gonna name this dude.
Trevor.
I was just gonna say Trevor. That's crazy. We think too much alike, sir. I literally was gonna say Trevor or like Travis.
Trap, something with a T.
Yeah,
For
exactly.
pterosaur, but not a P. You know.
Exactly. Percy.
Percy's actually Patty's cat's name,
Oh.
but she's not here right now. She's doing a thing. But let's see. Okay, this is looking a little bit.
There we go.
Actually, it's looking.
You know, just little basic rough colors. Doesn't have to be anything crazy. You know, your imagination fill in the rest.
It really be that way.
It's seriously, it's like that's actually a valid technique. Like you don't have to detail everything. Sometimes just let your mind will do the rest. I learned that from my painting teacher. It's like, see that hand? It's like only 3 colors. You know, it was like a John.
Great way so you don't stress.
Yeah, it was like a John Singer Sargent painting we were like studying for like class, and he was like, see that? Literally, it's only like 3 colors, like a light, a dark, and a mid-tone, and then he made a thumb out of it. It was like, it makes sense though. It's just like, he says, yeah, your imagination fills in the rest because of the depth, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, these are cool little like rough poses. If I was gonna really like go further than this, I'd like actually do like refining sketches and like really clean this guy up. And then to keep him on model, then you'd actually start like making sure everything's measured out, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. And keep in mind about your designs. You know, when you're doing them, think about your medium. Like, if you're going to be drawing these characters constantly, it's best to simplify them. Even if they look like cool, you can still imply a lot of detail. But if you're doing a model, this you can go as crazy as you want because you have the character in every position already, you know?
Definitely, 100%. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna go ahead and
We can call
do
it.
the eye now, and then I'm gonna be like 100% done.
Nice. Yeah, then we'll just take a
So
look.
let me go ahead.
And then we'll both admire the pieces we did.
So I'll do like a dark green, right? So we'll go color, go objects.
Yes,
We'll go,
yes, it is. It took me so long, Arthur, to like. But hey, that's the fun of it. Enjoy it. Embrace the hardness. You may not get the dino you want today, but you might get the dino you want tomorrow.
Definitely.
Ah, I just love the cat eye pupil. So good.
Just something very thin. Just,
So devious. Look at those little eyes. Oh, and if you guys made art pieces, feel free to tag us and post them on your Instagram, you know, and then put them
Yes.
in the Discord if you join. Like, that's completely, we wanna see your art and then celebrate it, and you know, give you high fives, you know, virtually.
there you go. I guess we'll just
I think that's good, sir.
let's see if there's a different material I can just throw on there real quick. See if there's a. Let's see here. Load. Various materials. By the way, if you guys get started in ZBrush, there's a lot of. Make sure you guys go to the ZBrush page to where they have the Z materials at, because there's a lot of free materials you can just download there. And I highly recommend just downloading them, or downloading like a good few, so that you could, because you do want to try sculpting different materials. So there's like art style.
Oh, that looks so cool.
There's, I think Goose is one that I use like in general when I'm just sculpting. So
Ooh, the red.
like I'm trying to get muscle, I'll use Goose. I'm trying to find this other one that I really liked. It's like the matte cap one. That looks like a toy. Ugh. Let me see here. Oops. If I go to application, materials, just do it here. But ivory paste? No, definitely not. I hate that you don't get previews of what things are before.
You gotta kind of go in blind.
Yeah. No, there's oxide, and I use You've seen oxide before. Oxide is like the metal.
So sure.
It's not exactly what I want. Chalk this or about chalk this? No. No, not necessarily. Gosh, you know, let's just do with do I have let's go with the blend?
Alright.
I guess.
You ready to call it good, sir?
Yeah, let me just do a quick screenshot. I'll do a quick let me say it's a good day for a draft. There you go.
Nice. Hold on.
Fun piece of work.
Let me get the grid up so I can slice this dude. You know?
Yes.
No, I'll take care of more of this after we're done, so I can actually post the thing. You feel me?
Yeah, I getcha.
Cool. But
I love yours. Yours is so cool.
let me get the grid off so you can see it. Yeah, there it is. And I love yours, dude. It's so rad. I like the colors and I like the patterns and everything. Yeah.
What a fun stream.
It was so cool. This is an awesome inaugural stream for, this vibe. And most importantly, thank all of you folks for joining us and,
Yes.
talking with us and asking cool questions. This is awesome. We're happy to share our knowledge. And yeah.
I'm sure joining us here way past when we said we were going to stop streaming. But definitely thank you for being here with us. I'm thinking next week we're filming, what is it? What did you say, RJ? Film Amargus Spinus?
Amargus Spinus, yes. It's going to be so rad.
Hello, Amargus Spinus.
Give a little-
So definitely that's something that we're looking into. Yeah, we might as well just do that.
Yeah.
So next week is be at Amargus Spinus, everybody.
Yeah, Amargus Spinus. Feel free to give us feedback, and we're going to get better as we go. And thank you for watching us. And again, we look forward to drawing with you next time.
Don't forget to join the Discord in the chat. Keep in mind, it's still a work in progress. We will be setting different ground rules so the community can be a very safe place for everybody to share their art in. But go ahead and join that so you could already kind of be a part of it, and and just start having fun. And if you made something, definitely tag us into it so that we could, because we would want to be able to reshare that later on Instagram and hashtag. We need a hashtag. JurassiCore and Chill.
Yeah, JurassiCore and Chill. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Let me just write that. Let me write that down.
Pretty much it.
Let me write that in the chat.
Oh, no problem, dude. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. This is it's been really fun. This is really exciting.
It's been really cool.
Gosh, your Ankyloranodon is so sick.
Dude,
it's so cool. Dude, it's the beak shape and the way that the tail, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic.
I just like how, it was. I like that acid yellow and purple. Like, it was so nostalgic to work with that. But yeah,
it looks really cool. And everybody, if there's gonna be a future figure that's gonna be the Ankyloranodon, it's gonna be what RJ did. It's definitely gonna be like that.
Hey, then I guess I gotta make an actual turnaround for this. So I gotta clean them up and get them ready for that. But anyway, take it easy, everyone. Have a great rest of your evening wherever you are. Do something amazing and be extraordinary. And Justin, anything you want to say?
Thank you for joining us. Make sure you are drinking water, eating, and make sure you're getting sleep and taking care of yourselves as an artist. Be kind to yourselves. Be kind to yourselves, okay?
Yeah.
And have a great week on purpose.
Yes. All right. Bye-bye.
Have a good night, everybody.